Hi there and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series on this Tuesday. It is the second day of Group A action, and what a first day it was. We'll talk through some of the action in a moment with Paul Nicholson. I'm Chris Murphy, guiding you through today's coverage. It is the second of 3 days in which one of the players will qualify straight for finals night on Saturday here in Group A, in this fantastic arena at the MODUS Live Lounge. Now, you may have been watching the Super Series over recent weeks. It just got started over a week ago, but here's a quick recap of how it all works. Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series. Well, I'm joined by Paul Nicholson, who was commentating on the coverage yesterday. A great start to the group, Paul, and it's very close.
You can say that again. 4 players on 6 points going into day 2. And I suppose we're none the wiser as to who's going to win this group, of course. Only one person can win Group A. I think only one person really struggled yesterday was Moreno Blom. But everybody else, even including Moreno, on 2 points, only 4 points adrift of the top, has got a great chance of getting in the mix for tomorrow. We'll
take a look at the results, Paul. What performance particularly stood out for you from these results yesterday?
Well, looking at the performances, I just think that there was a lot of close matches early on, and I was really impressed with Adam Smith-Neale at the very start. He looked very accomplished, but he had a bit of a stutter in the middle of his campaign. But the ability for him to win his last game against Kevin Painter just assured that he was in prime nick coming into today. I think if he'd won his first 2 games and lost the next 3, he would feel very differently this morning.
Yeah, there was a few big checkouts, a few decent performances as well. The first match we're going to have, we'll talk about in a minute. But Andy Hamilton, for me, from the bits I managed to see yesterday, was working my way back from Germany in a long old trip. He kind of impressed as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Henry and I were talking yesterday about how he went under the radar. There was a lot of chatter about Kevin Painter. There was a lot about, say, some others coming into this. But I would freely admit that coming into this week, I wasn't talking about Andy a great deal, and we should have been. So more fool us. So well, Andy's definitely going to be over the radar today.
Well, we're 2 days into well, we will be 2 days, second day today of this group. We'll have a look how the table lies after the first day, because as Paul said at the top of the show, it really is very close between all the players in this group. So that league table there, you see 4 players tied on 6 points. It's all to play for, isn't it?
It is, and even when you look at Kevin Painter on 4 points there, his leg difference is better than 2 of the people above him. So a win in his first game today, he's firmly back in it, and nobody's out of it coming into day 2. That's the best part about coming into this Tuesday action.
Okay, 3 quick-fire questions for you, Paul. My 3 W's that I'm going to ask you now, looking at how things lie there. 1 to win this group, 1 to watch, and 1 to worry for.
1 to win it, I'm going to go with Conor Heneghan. I just think he's ready to pop. I think yesterday he just looked a little rusty. I think today, if he gets a little bit more out of his game, he could win the group. 1 to watch is definitely Andy Hamilton. And as for the other one, Moreno Blom's got work to do.
And Andy Hamilton takes on Steve Brown in the first match of the day. That was the last match yesterday. It was very close as well.
Yeah, it was a great game, actually, both averaging in the mid to low 90s, a really good contest. Steve was very disappointed not to get that victory to bank 8 points for the day, but he's got an ideal chance of getting to 8 points in the first game of Tuesday's action.
So will it be revenge or repeat? Andy Hamilton against Steve Brown, the first match of this morning's session. Charlie Corstafine is the referee, and Paul Nicholson is about to head downstairs to commentary to join Henry Deacon.
Morning, Chris. Morning, everyone. Day 2 of Group A begins with us asking more questions than we have answers. 4 players, all on 6 points. And if you keeping a tally, there's going to be more gates on your chart than at B&Q. So Andy Hamilton against Steve Brown kicks off our day. These two, as Chris rightly mentioned, played in the last match of yesterday's session here at the MODUS Super Series. And it was a victory for Andy Hamilton in a deciding leg, 4 legs to 3 of a 92.09 average. And as the boys on the balcony rightly mentioned, Hamilton, a player that went under the radar yesterday.
First leg,
got to a quiet start, lost to Moreno Blom in his first match, and then went on to win a subsequent 3. As we get underway on our Tuesday morning here at the MODUS Super Series, Paul Nicholson has raced his way down from the balcony. We'll let him catch his breath. It is a 99. Long walk down those steps, or run in your case.
Who said dart players can't be fit? Or darts pundits or commentators. This venue is spectacular.
40.
But it is a darting Krypton factor, which we're going to get used to. But yeah, Tuesday, here we come. And like you said, Henry, he's not under the radar anymore, Andy Hamilton. He is firmly one of the favourites for this group. And there is his first maximum of the day.
Case in point from the hammer. And talking about players who may be gone under the radar, Steve Brown, before play got underway yesterday, wasn't being talked up in the same circles as the likes of Kevin Painter and Conor Heneghan, but on 6 points, one of the 4 players that are on that mark, very much in the hunt for Group A success.
Definitely. I think there may be a little bit more of a confident swagger about Steve Brown today.
122.
I think if you'd offered him 6 points at the start of Monday, he would have taken it. But if you'd offered him 6 points at the end of 4 matches yesterday, he would have definitely taken it. But after 5, he probably wouldn't have. It was a bit of a strange day for
90.
Steve. But he knows he's going to have to get out of the traps here in this match. Andy going into it as the favourite.
Yeah, Hamilton leaving double 16 after 12.
And he required 32.
Not a bad start to a Tuesday morning at 9:30. Up for double 8. That should be a nice marker for him. It is a nice marker for him. And Andy Hamilton holds throw in the opening leg, gets his day off to the perfect start.
One of the most important things about that shot there, you mentioned the marker for double 8.
Steve to throw first.
I wasn't looking at the double. I was looking at the previous shot. And the dart shivered as soon as that double was hit,
27.
just showing that he did need that dart just to cushion it in there. Experience there from Andy, who, as I'm sure we mentioned it yesterday, has never under-practiced, because I've never known anybody so obsessed with practice over the course of the last 10 to 15 years. He doesn't mind who it's against, where it is. He just wants to practice. He's obsessed with this game.
Which this format probably lends straight into its hands, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, actually. When you love the game as much as Andy does, you just want to keep playing. You want the opportunities to keep playing. And this is a great vehicle for Andy to do exactly what he wants.
93.
Right, this is first of 15 games that we are going to see today. It's the same fixtures as yesterday, just flipped the other way round. So game 15 of yesterday's game 1 today. So these two in action straight away. And then the players who threw first in yesterday's games will throw second in today's action. And then there will be a random allocation of fixtures for tomorrow's session to ensure that everything levels itself up as much as it possibly can. The winner of this group will automatically qualify for Saturday night's finals and a chance of winning £5,000 in front of a crowd. We'll give you details on how you can be here on Saturday night
44.
in just a second. The second and third place players in this group will then progress to Group B, which will take place on Thursday and Friday night from 10, and then 4th, 5th and 6th will return on Thursday and Friday morning for Group C.
102.
The ideal scenario, and I hate to mention this, but it's actually very important, maybe for the elder states
81.
players,
Andy
like Andy Hamilton and Painter,
170.
might benefit from having Thursday and Friday off. Put in a really big effort in Group A, win that group, regather yourself for Saturday night, almost gets a shot at the ball for the 170, but
134.
it's going to be a slog for some of these players this week,
135.
potentially playing 6 consecutive days. This is a difficult shot for Brown. Doesn't get a shot at the ball, but goes for it even when it was covered, and he shows that he could have hit the shot had he got the 60 with dart too.
Indeed, and Hamilton returns for a break for an early 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
And pins it first dart in hand. This is a good start to the day for Andy Hamilton, averaging a shade just under 97 here. And I just wonder in these games, when it's the last game of yesterday going into the first game of today, Hamilton won it 4-3 in a decider. And the last game of the day is the game you probably stew over the most. So they've probably been thinking about this over the last 18 hours or so. How much does that psychologically enter your mind going into the first game, knowing it's the same opponent again?
I can imagine that Steve's first motive this morning was to level the playing field. You got yesterday, Andy. I'll get today, and then we can have a decider tomorrow. But I think there may have been a somewhat detailed debrief last night, as Steve Brown is apparently sharing accommodation with Kevin Painter. So I'm sure there was a bit of discussion about their game yesterday and potentially all of the other games that they had.
59.
But we're not that far from the practice room for these players, and we can sense that it's just a little quieter today. Maybe just a bit more focus and a bit more urgency in the players' mindsets, because when you come into day one, it's like your first day of school. You want to talk to everybody. You want to see how they are, catch up.
57.
Let's have a game of darts and see who wins. But today, I think they may have realised, oh, hang on a minute, there's actually a lot on the line here. So let's get into proper game mode.
140.
And when you look at the tightness of this group, 4 players locked on 6 points, someone in amongst that pack wants to be the one that gets away from the rest, that can send that early statement out. Something that Andy Hamilton is doing in this one, although Steve Brown has kind of wrestled the darts
57.
here in the third. And you just sense the player that can make that first statement win holds a huge advantage, because you're saying to the rest of the field, this is what you're going to have to play at if you want to be top overnight.
Nice lead for Steve after 12. But one thing that Andy may be not so much concerned with, but maybe it's towards the back of his mind, is his leg difference. It may
50.
come into play in the next
Steve, you require
28 hours. He's at -1, whereas all of the other people on 6 points in this group are
60.
in the plus column, and quite healthily so. So he's forced to get wins to put himself towards the top, but maybe he needs them by bigger margins than other people. This leg is not over yet. 137. Well, the last start treble 20 would be very welcomed.
97.
That'll do.
Steve requires 60.
And for Steve Brown, this would be for the break back at the first opportunity. 2 darts at tops for it. Down for double 10. Just takes a step back.
No score.
To readjust, but it goes the other side of the wire, heading into the double 15.
80.
And so Andy Hamilton has the opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead.
He's not the kind of player who's going to go 2 double tops. He's traditional. This is the way you're supposed to do it.
Game
And that's where double 10 is.
Andy Hamilton.
This is a great start to Tuesday for the Hammer. Doesn't get any better than this. He's had 51 darts for those first 3 legs. But he won't care as long as he's got the 3 legs and Steve's got none.
And as
65.
you mentioned, the legs difference can be oh so important. As things stand, that would put Steve Brown on 0. Of course, if he wins 4-1, that would be the legs difference. Andy Hamilton is now, as things stand, on +2, and how quickly things can change. As you mentioned, win big, lose tight yesterday, and this matchup could come into play for Hamilton early on here.
That's group play for you. Whether it's the Grand Slam of darts, whether it's Championship League darts in previous seasons in the PDC, whether it's MODUS Super Series. When you're playing round-robin stuff like this, which coincidentally is very popular in Dart Players Australia stuff. They have round-robin leading into knockout in their tournaments down under. If you're going to make it through these kind of groups and be successful,
49.
I've lived by that rule for 15 years. Win big, lose tight. And if all else fails, just win every game. It's almost what I like to call the Jim
81.
McEwen effect. of playing in Group A, just barely lose any game at all.
Jim McEwen, who holds the streak for most consecutive victories here at the Super Series and its predecessor tournaments, 16 he managed to do. That outdid Sean McDonald's record of 15. That was early on in this phase.
And Jim McEwen didn't qualify the Champions Week. He did not win that week. That was won by Daryl Pilgrim in week 4. Your qualifiers so far: Robert Owen all the way back in week 1. It seems like a long time ago now. Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, who, as things stand, is my favourite to win the whole stage based on what we've seen from him. Lee Evans,
121.
and your 2 winners in this building over the last couple of Saturdays, Kieran Tian and Graham Usher, who was mightily impressive on Saturday night.
Player of the week last week by far, and he ran towards the finishing line as well, didn't he? Can Andy Hamilton make a run to the finishing line here, leaving 155 after 12? This would be for a 4-0 victory. Doesn't go this time, so Steve Brown will return for the 115. And he may have to take it now.
And does he go bull first, or does he go for the triple 20? There's a lot of people going bull at the minute for this. It's a bit of a 50-50 call.
55.
But Hamilton on a double after 15.
And he required 24.
Looks like he's coasting towards a 4-0 victory, Henry.
Indeed he is. Double 12. Now double 6. And akin to the double 8, that line might be nice for him.
12.
But it goes the other side of the wire, and so Steve Brown will return for the 60.
Last time he was on this number, he bust it. The single was exactly like that.
20.
No shot hit.
And he required
after
12.
6 attempts at double in this match. In fact, it's only 4. I do beg your pardon. But this is the 9th shot for Andy Hamilton. And he takes 4 legs. And that is a very big blow to Steve Brown early. He's got plenty of chances to recover, but there are the stats for this one. A strong start from Andy Hamilton on Tuesday morning. 4 legs to 0.
Welcome back. What a dominant start to the action here at the MODUS Super Series from Andy Hamilton. He nailed that one, didn't he? A 4-0 win against Steve Brown to get the action underway this morning. And Andy Hamilton following up that victory yesterday. It was 4-3 when the pair met at the end of yesterday's session. And Andy Hamilton has produced an even more emphatic display in his opener today. Paul Nicholson at the start of the show said that Hamilton was one to watch. He looked like he was in good shape, and it's turned out to be the case in that first match. We'll see how that affects the league table as Andy Hamilton starts to rise up it, right to the top in fact. After 4 players started on 6 points, Andy Hamilton has made his move and set the standard. And in the next match, Adam Smith-Neale will look to join him. But Kevin Painter can join that pack as well if he can get a victory over Adam Smith-Neale. Moreno Blom will play Conor Heneghan in the third match rather, of this morning's session. And he really needs points to try and move himself off the bottom of the table. But Hamilton top after that 4-0 whitewash win. What a way to start the morning for him. And now the next match is between Kevin Painter and Adam Smith-Neale. As I was saying, Painter looking to join the pack. Adam Smith-Neale looking to join Andy Hamilton at the top of the table. Charlie Courstefine will be refereeing this and all of the matches this morning and afternoon. And in commentary, it is Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon for the match between Painter and Smith-Neale.
Thank you very much, Chris. Game 2 of our day sees Kevin Painter take on Adam Smith-Neale. A crucial first game for Kevin Painter. A victory will put him within 2 points of Hamilton. However, defeat, he'd be cut adrift by 4 points. And we're heading towards that part of the league table and the league stage here in Group A, where you do not want to be fighting back from deficits. Time slowly runs out on Tuesday, and you want to jostle for position when you head into that final day of Group A. Kevin Painter, the 55-year-old from Rugby, the former Players' Championship Finals winner. Only good players win that tournament. Up against Adam Smith-Neale from Nuneaton, the former World Masters champion.
Kevin
again,
to throw first.
another tournament, only
Game
good
on.
players win. Beat Glendowen in that final. Back in 2018 over at the Bridlington Spa. That's where Charlie Courstefine will be this weekend on the back of a weekend in Jena. So it's a privilege to have him back in the
55.
refereeing stage this afternoon for our morning session here at the Super Series. Paul Nicholson still alongside me for all 15 games today. And
60.
for Kevin, you feel it's a crucial one for him to get a victory. You don't want to be going 4 points adrift at this early juncture, do you?
No, he doesn't want the same kind of start as
100.
yesterday. 2 4-3 defeats to start Monday, which I'm sure dented his confidence a little bit. He did lose out to Adam Smith-Neale by
93.
4 legs to 2 yesterday. It was a good encounter. In fact, Kevin got the best finish of the entire day against Adam, a 158. But you just sense,
140.
on the back of what you just said, Henry, that maybe he's just got to be in position at the end of today. If he picks up 6 points and starts
58.
on 10, I think as long as somebody doesn't really stretch their legs in this table, he will be in the fray. But if he can bag 8 points out of 10 today,
86.
that will be a really good effort. 12 points, he will be in the fray. 10, question mark.
It's a bit like a horse at the Grand National, isn't it? You don't want to go out the traps
96.
flying and then
Kevin, you
the
require
last couple of hurdles you
120.
find yourself fighting to keep yourself in it. You want to just keep yourself in the right place at the right time. Painter here wants tops for 120 to win the opening leg.
100.
And that Dale's just underneath the wire. Those ton-plus finishes was actually a bit of a trademark for Kevin yesterday. Hit 3 of them, including that 158, which Paul alluded to
85.
in the previous
Kevin,
meeting
you
between these two, which was
20.
their last game of yesterday. So these two well acquainted as Painter goes back for double 10 to win the opening leg. This time under pressure.
No score.
This time under pressure.
Adam, you require
And Adam
109.
Smith-Neale could provide the steal of steals, having been out of the leg for the most part of it.
He's never been in it.
89.
And he could have stolen it.
Kevin, you require
And Kevin
20.
must stop giving his opponents chances like Adam's just had. He's got to be the man with the guillotine.
10.
You
Adam,
can
you
sense on his
require
face he's not happy
20.
with that. But that cannot continue. And you sense Smith Neale is going to take this from out of Kevin's pocket, maybe.
Game
No, he
shot
does
the
with the
first
last dart.
leg. Adam Smith Neale.
Why is it always the last one? When you lose legs like that, it always feels like your opponent is taking it with the last dart, which makes you feel
Second
even
leg, it's
worse.
Adam to throw first.
It's the hope, isn't it? The
It
hope
is.
of coming back.
It is. You think, oh, maybe he's going to miss this
58.
double five. And let's face facts, Adam's first and second darts were terrible. They were nowhere near double 10. But that double five was
50.
a peach. And that's what makes Kevin feel a little bit sour because he's already lost his throat.
Supercalifragilistic, that second dart was atrocious.
98.
I have no comment. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one, Henry.
41.
Well, Adam's day yesterday was pretty decent, actually. His running average for the day was 93.09.
42.
And only Andy Hamilton was better than that. We know the kind of quality that Adam has got, but it's been somewhat sketchy in his career. When the
58.
patches of brilliance have been there, they've been somewhat short. If he can find a good 2 or 3 year consistent period, there's no telling what he could
58.
achieve. He's never been lacking in confidence or self-awareness of what he can actually do. And maybe this is the right kind of vehicle for him to get that consistency, to play more
100.
games, to be constantly tested. And yesterday he was decent. 6 points from a possible 10, which could have been better. 8 maximums.
100.
His checkouts were okay at 37%. But he, alongside Steve Brown and Moreno Blom, did not get any ton plus outs.
45.
You sense that might
Adam, you
have to change
require
as well.
145.
Most definitely. Well, this would be a good way to start. The 145 is still on. He's going to get one dart
Game
at
shot on
tops.
the
Well, that's a
second
way
leg.
to start, isn't
Adam
it?
Smith Neale.
No ton plus outs yesterday. A 145 to win his second leg of the day. And after breaking Kevin Payne to win the first, he backs it up with a hold, and he's in a commanding
leg, it's Kevin
position
to
here,
throw first.
leading the
Game on.
artist by 2 legs to 0. And if he can claim victory in this one, he would hold a 4-point lead against the artist.
100.
That's where you don't want to see that chasm between the top and the middle point of the group. When you start seeing 2 game gaps,
60.
that's where the little pieces of panic do start to set in. Painter's just got to keep pace. And finding that first star most of the time
100.
is going to make visits a lot easier for him. Now, he's going to be disappointed with that 100 there. We always say, Henry, that when you get 100, if you get the treble last,
57.
it's a good ton. But it's a bad one if you get the treble first start. This is a difficult spot for Kevin because he knows now that Smith Neale has
85.
had that time at the crease to just get himself ready, and he's now in and ready to move forward.
It's very much like the cricket mentality. You want to get them out
96.
early because you don't want to drop the catch when they're on 12 or something, and they go on and make a century. You just sense a little bit here that Kevin's maybe trying a little bit too hard now.
95.
Maybe forcing the issue a little bit too much.
He's always been quite intense when playing competitive matches. But when he tempers that intensity and has
66.
a bit of
Kevin, you require 121.
easy focus about it, he does tend to play his best stuff. But he does have 6 darts from here to get his first leg of the contest. He's going to go for it.
96.
That's an interesting call. Maybe he just fancied, after missing 8 darts at double in this match so far, that a bullseye would galvanise his
Kevin, you
chances, but he
require
can't miss this.
25.
Indeed, he doesn't. So 17 double 4 is the MO. Down for double 2.
Game shot on the third
Bagged
leg.
it last dart
Kevin
in hand.
Painter.
And when you go that way, you can put yourself in danger if you go inside twice. But Kevin Painter does and gets his first leg of the day on the board. But this is the crucial
Fourth
leg for
leg,
the
it's Adam
artist.
to throw
You sense
first.
he has to break Adam Smith Neale here. Otherwise, the man from Nuneaton is on the hill.
83.
Just going to test my British geography without looking at a search engine. Nuneaton is in Warwickshire, isn't it?
Police are, yes.
Yeah.
11.
So this is a Warwickshire derby because The artist lives in Rugby. These guys are probably somewhere in the region of 25 minutes apart.
100.
Pretty much smack bang middle of the country.
It's one of the reasons why a lot of dart players move to that area, because when traveling to different tournaments domestically, and some which are international tournaments,
100.
you can be at pretty much any point of the country within 2 to 3 hours. I know that was one of the reasons why Kevin moved from Essex to the Warwickshire area.
174.
But originally, Smith Neale is from that area, and he is on 144 after 9. This is a heavyweight leg from the former World Master.
Adam, you require 144.
Putting the foot down at the right time. And a 145 early in the game. The 144 won't go this time.
44.
He's himself on a ton after 12. Painter can only apply pressure with this visit.
Kevin's played quite a few games in his Super Series career. In fact, this is his 108th
Adam, you
game.
require 100.
Never won a Group A. So does Group A suit him? Time will only tell.
75.
That did not go to plan, but all is not lost. He's in the same position, funnily enough, that Kevin was in the previous leg. It's almost as if he's missed the bull, but he didn't have a shot at the bull.
85. He's going to
Adam,
return for the 25.
25.
We see different players go different routes now. But he's going to go the traditional 9-8-8.
Game shot on the
Pins
fourth
it 2
leg.
darts in hand.
Adam Smith Neale.
3-1 lead then for Adam Smith Neale. And it looks as if he's running away with this one, and he could put a 4-point gap between him and Kevin Painter if he wins one more leg.
Kevin to throw first.
Huge couple of minutes coming up here
55.
for the artist. As I say, could be cut adrift a little bit with defeat in this one, especially as coming up next after this one, we'll see Conor Heneghan up against Moreno
97.
Blom. And Heneghan could also then open up a 4-point gap on Painter. And even at this early juncture, it makes his job even more difficult.
55.
Look at Kevin's fixtures as well. He's got Moreno Blom in game 6, which is his second game of the day. So the second half of today's play is going to be hugely
57.
important to Kevin. I believe he's allowed one defeat today, but if he gets it in this match, he puts maximum pressure on himself when he plays Brown, Heneghan, and Andy Hamilton.
What do you make of the mentality going into day 2? Because
100.
I mentioned earlier, you can very quickly get caught up in things. After day 1, it's only 5 games of a 15-game group. You can say, well, okay, that happened. We can go again tomorrow.
95.
But once you get a couple of games into Tuesday, things get very serious very quickly.
They do. I've always called Tuesday in Group A moving day. The very same as a round 3 in a golf
Kevin, you
tournament.
require
If you
156.
don't make your move, the likelihood is you're not going to win the group. Great first start from Kevin. Second, almost finds the target. The likelihood is it probably would have if it wasn't for the other one already sitting there. So it's Smith Neale who's got the option of 2 treble 20s to finish this one off
148.
with another big checkout. Now, double 14 for Kevin is a good double.
100.
Because sometimes his darts
Kevin, you
kink a little
require
bit to his left.
28.
So if he misses it, just outside is a good guide. Well, that negates that.
Game shot on
double
the
7
fifth leg.
comes to his rescue.
Kevin Painter.
For a 17 darter, he is very much still alive in this one. But he cannot afford to give Smith Neale any shots at the outer ring from here in my liking.
First.
And it is Smith Neale who has the darts here to wrap up a 4-2 victory.
85.
What do you make of the beard of Smith Neale? It's quite resplendent, isn't it? And I know we talk about a little bit of nonsense here at the MODUS Super Series every now and again, but
40.
I talked about Kevin's shoes yesterday. I'm not going to go any further. I said enough about them yesterday. But that beard, I actually likened it to
100.
Richard Kimball yesterday from The Fugitive. And I said he doesn't have to escape from this place. He wants to stay here. He didn't always have that beard, and he wasn't always this bulky. He used to be about 6 stone wet through when he first came to the tour. And his face was about as smooth as his darts.
39.
From boy to man.
Looks like he's been living in the mountains.
100.
Well, he has got the muscles to lift a trophy like the World Masters Trophy, which is one of the heaviest. Maybe not the heaviest now, but at the time it was.
100.
That's a good ton from Adam. Painter, if he's going to stop Adam from getting to a double, must get into the finishing zone here.
60.
And can't.
You sense realistically he needed a 2-treble visit there. Smith-Neale then 6 darts from 177 to wrap up victory against Kevin Painter and would deal
99.
another seismic blow for the artist right at the very beginning of day 2 here in Group A. It wouldn't leave him acquiring snookers, but he'd have work to do to work his way back in at the top end
100.
of the table.
Adam, you require
So 78 will seal it for Smith-Neale.
Painter's needing snookers. Double 9. Wasn't expecting to go for this target.
Game, shot,
but it doesn't matter.
and the match.
That's an
Adam
excellent
Smith-Neale.
switch from Adam Smith-Neale. It just goes to show that when things don't go your way on a checkout, you just have to be a little bit pliable. An 82 average, you thought maybe wasn't going to be good enough to beat Kevin Painter early, but it was. And ultimately, the 10 missed doubles from Kevin Painter early in that match told you the full story. 4-2 to Adam Smith-Neale, and we're going to go into match 3 next with Moreno Blom and Conor Heneghan, so don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where in the first couple of matches this morning, we've seen 2 World Championship finalists have very different outcomes. Andy Hamilton, a 4-0 win over Steve Brown in the first match. But then Kevin Painter, well, the damage was probably done in that first leg, wasn't it? Missed darts against Adam Smith-Neale, who was allowed to break and then go on and win the match 4-2. And Paul Nicholson said there in commentary that Kevin Painter could probably only afford to lose 1 game today if he still wanted to harbour ambitions of finishing top of Group A and book his place in finals night. By doing that, But Adam Smith-Neale, in the end, outperforming him. And there's one key stat, isn't there? Of course, the 145 checkout was big for Adam Smith-Neale, but 4 out of 7 on the doubles compared to 2 out of 12 for Kevin Painter. And a lot of the damage, as I said, done in that first leg. Well, we've had the former world champions, the players maybe towards the end of their career. Now we've got a couple of players at the start of theirs, Conor Heneghan, and the man at the bottom of the league table, Moreno Blom. And he really does need victories today. Just 2 points from his 5 matches yesterday. His average was 16 points worse than Adam Smith-Neale, who had the highest average across the day yesterday, Moreno Blom. So really needs to up his game today, the youngster. But it is an exciting match between 2 young stars coming up here. And it is Conor Heneghan, who was the favourite to top this group before it started, taking on Moreno Blom. Back to Paul and Henry.
Thank you, Chris. And as you mentioned, this could be a glimpse into the future of the sport we love so much. Moreno Blom from the Netherlands started yesterday in style in that victory against Andy Hamilton, but he openly admitted himself on social media last night that the long course of the day caught up with him a little bit, but he's come back with a different MO. He's rehydrating himself, getting himself some extra food, lunchtime being an important factor here at the MODUS Super Series as he takes on the 23-year-old Conor Heneghan, who knows this tournament format so well. It's amazing to think that when he joined the
first leg, it's Moreno
competition last year,
game on.
He came in as a qualifier. And he's gone on and done some special things.
140.
Runner-up in our Champion Special earlier on this year in July. Lost out in that one to Jim McEwen.
100.
And is the favourite not just to progress through this group, he's 7-4 to do that, but he's also the
81.
4-1 odds-on favourite with the bookmakers to win the whole week and progress through to the Champions Week at the end of October.
60.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Henry, because the fact that we found
140.
Conor Heneghan as a qualifier just goes to show that there are talents out there that haven't been found yet. And I have to say it, I'd heard
Moreno,
very little about
140.
Conor when he first graced our Rocky, but we know plenty about him now.
100.
I didn't know much about Moreno Blom coming into this week, but yesterday, I think his honesty about how
59. Moreno, you require
the Monday
40.
stretch just got to him a little bit. I think that was very honest, and I think as a dart player, you have to be honest with yourself.
Game shot on the first
leg. That's a really great
Moreno
start.
Blom.
13 darter gets him off and running. A little bit of respect there between the players, which we always like to see. But match one wasn't
Second
a
leg, it's
problem
Conor
for
to
Moreno
throw
yesterday, but it was after that where his average tumbled to around 77 for the day. He did have 3 maximums.
100.
And here's the strangest thing. His checkered percentage yesterday was 77%.
92.
No, do not adjust your sound portions of your televisions or smart devices. I said that right. He was bottom of the table
140.
on 2 points, and his checker percentage was 77%. If that doesn't illustrate
95.
that he lost his scoring boots, I don't know what does.
Staggering statistics. Sometimes you've got to look twice, don't you, at things, just to double check that that was what it was. Most certainly that.
100.
And as you mentioned, he was very open and very honest on social media about his day yesterday. He just said that he struggled around lunchtime. Obviously, it's a really
60.
early start. Players get here usually around about 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's a long day when you're playing up until the middle parts of the afternoon, going on to 2 o'clock and beyond. And if you haven't
61.
eaten, refueled and things like that, then you are going to struggle towards the latter part of the day.
60. Conor, you require 100.
60 for tops. That's what everybody wants.
Game shot
That's
on the
exactly
second
what
leg.
Conor gets.
Conor Heneghan.
Good start to this third match of the day. We had a 13 darter followed by a 14. Any money on a 15 to follow the sequence next?
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
As long as you don't go beyond 15, we'll be more than happy.
That's a lot to ask for, Henry, but
24.
these guys can deliver that. I just sense as well that both of these players are going to be happy with the pace of this game. They both like to get on with it, but do you see
44.
any young players coming through now that are a bit more methodical? They all seem to follow the the Michael van Gerwen blueprint of get rid of them
51.
as soon as you possibly can.
Us young people, we don't like waiting around anymore. We're insisting on things right away.
It's no wonder us 43-year-olds
60.
have got anxiety watching you young troops around. Honestly, I play young players these days and I get dizzy.
96.
I'm part of the Dennis Priestley generation, where you have to think before you throw. There's no thinking around here. This is just execution.
45.
I've been looking into where Conor Heneghan's from. He's from a town called Roundfort in the Republic of Ireland, which apparently is
96.
very famous for farming. I suppose that fits the MO of what people think of when it comes to Ireland.
140.
Great farming nation. They do have some fabulous produce coming from that country. But as far as the produce coming from Roundfort in a darting capacity, yeah, it's not too bad either.
Yeah, so when Conor came here for the first time, he came here with his brother Martin. I think he was a qualifier as well, wasn't he? If
He
I'm
was
correct?
indeed, yeah. Martin Heneghan is not a
134.
bad player, but there's been a lot more made of the younger of the two over the last 12 months.
99. Conor, you require 78.
Could be a lot made here. Conor Heneghan, if he can get this breaker throw. 78 he wants. It's not a disaster. 72 left, so treble 18 leaves him a dart
James
at double
Shaw
10.
the third leg.
And Conor Heneghan
Heneghan
gets that breaker throw, opens up a 2-1 lead against Moreno Blom from the Netherlands. And Conor knows that he wants to win this first game, to get himself on 8 points, to keep up the pace at the
Fourth
top of
leg,
the
it's
table.
Conor to
Heneghan
throw
was the
first.
table topper overnight. So the last thing he would want to do is to lose sight at the top of the table at the very
47.
first opportunity.
I've just had Chris Murphy in my ear, and he tells me that the
59.
combined age of these two is 43. That makes me feel so good for Tuesday morning. Thanks, Chris. It
100.
reminds me of a conversation I had with Martin Schindler and Callan Ridds in Gibraltar some 4 years ago.
83.
And Callan walked up to me and said, "Do you realise, Nico, that Martin and my age together is younger than your actual age?" And I just walked away.
60.
I best not mention my age, should I?
Please don't.
57.
I'm going to go and have a chat with some of the production crew because they're a little bit older than I am. Age is no boundary at the MODUS Super Series.
96.
Players under the age of 20. We've had players over the age of 60. Age, gender,
56.
doesn't matter. It's all about what you can do from 7 feet 9 1/4 inches on that dartboard, which measures 5'8" to the bullseye.
Only here can you have Nathan Gervin up against Martin Adams.
134.
That's my kind of game. Clash of generations. Or a look to the future, like you've got in this one.
59.
With
Conor,
Blom,
you
who's got
require
that
64.
somewhat awkward look to the scoreboard. He's got to look over his left shoulder, whereas the right-handers, it's a bit easier for them. Tops.
James Shaw on the fourth leg.
And he's doing it again.
Conor
It's
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan. Yesterday, his checkouts were 1 in every 3. So far today, it's just a little bit better, isn't it? Because he hasn't missed one in this game.
I haven't had a missed
Fifth
double
leg, it's
altogether
Moreno
in this
to
match.
throw
Moreno
first.
Blom himself, 1 from 1 on the outer ring.
60.
Very much a Chizzy-like shirt from Moreno today. You won't miss that in a crowd, will you?
I almost can't look at it. It's that bright.
125.
Don't look directly at it. That is very, very bright.
134.
That's what he wants his form to be. He hasn't played too badly in this game so far. But yet again, he's not getting to the double quick enough. When he gets there, he's fine. And when he's up against a player like Heneghan, he's
180.
very comfortable finding big scores. That's exactly what he needs to find back. Well done, Moreno. Well done for listening.
I can guarantee they haven't got any earpieces on stage. I can imagine they'd be very off-putting listening to us two while playing.
140.
No offence,
Already
Henry, but it
require
really would be.
127.
To any commentator, you don't want to have anybody in your ear. Oh, that's a good
87.
leave.
Conor, you
But
require
the bullseye was needed
56.
to save the match. Heneghan 56 to kill it off.
Well, judging by the way this game's gone, it'll go
Game,
first start in
shots,
hand. It
and
does
the
go
match.
first start in
Conor
hand.
Heneghan.
And Conor Heneghan kicks off the day in perfect style. 4 from 4 on the finishing. A 95.3 average, as you can see on your screen now. Perhaps the difference in this game was Moreno's perhaps a score behind in most of the legs, and that can probably be vouched in the fact of the 100-plus throws, which you can't see on your screen, but it was 8 for Conor Heneghan compared to Moreno's 2. In the 140 stakes, it was 3-2 in Conor Heneghan's favour. 100% checkout ratio for the Irish, and including that ton-topping checkout as well. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's going to be the battle between Adam Smith-Neale and Andy Hamilton. For one of them, they'll be the first players onto double digits in the group.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Tuesday, where we've just seen some terrific tungsten tossing, haven't we, from Conor Heneghan. 4 out of 4 on his doubles in that match against a player who averaged 77% checkout success rate yesterday. But we know what the problem is, don't we, for Moreno Blom. Paul and Henry touched on it in commentary. When he gets down to doubles, he's fine, but it's just problematic getting there. Scoring not good enough to stay with the rest of the field, and particularly Conor Heneghan there. And as Henry put it, was just a visit ahead in all of that match. So a really good start for Heneghan, living up to his favourite billing. But now attention turns to Adam Smith-Neale and Andy Hamilton, both of whom have already won a match this morning, and in doing so have put themselves in a great position in the table. 3-way tie at the top now after those 3 wins. Heneghan with the better leg difference, but Smith-Neale and Hamilton now playing what could be a pivotal match on its early stages, still early on the second day of action, but the winner of this one will move to the top of the table at the end of the game. It was a really emphatic display from Hamilton and for Smith-Neale, but Hamilton won 4-0 in his opening match of the day. That was against Steve Brown. And we then saw Smith-Neale get the better of Kevin Painter. by a 4-2 margin. So this one, a really important one, a tie at the top of the table, and we will get the action underway. Charlie Corstefine, the referee for this one and all the matches today, and Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon taking you through it.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. And as you mentioned, crucial game for both. The winner can get themselves onto 10 points, the first player to do so in Group A. But we were talking in the break pool about the legs difference and how important it could be in this game, because Adam Smith-Neale has a +4 leg difference, Andy Hamilton +3. Even if it goes 4-3, it's going to switch one way and the other.
Yes, it is. I think we have to keep a really good eagle eye on those statistics. But I think the one that really is starting to pique my interest is if you look at the bottom 2 players in the group. Now, everybody's played 6 matches now, so we're at a very even keel as far as the amount of opportunities the players have had. But we are going to get somebody on 10 points at the conclusion of this game. That is guaranteed. And that will create a 6-point gap to the bottom 2. So what we were talking about earlier, Henry, about the urgency of the players in the first 2 or 3 games today, that's heightened already because of what's happened. The likes of Blom, Painter, and whoever could potentially take out Steve Brown in the middle portion of today. I just get the feeling that
140.
People are making their moves already.
Maybe not panic stations as of yet, but it won't be too far away. Adam Smith-Neale isn't too far away from the treble bid, is he, early on? No, neither player.
I get the feeling that this game could be rather useful. They've both had that first win of the day, looking pretty useful.
180.
We just got our first 180. It hasn't taken long for us to see that. And based on the game chemistry that we saw between these two yesterday,
100.
I think we could be in for something really good. Both averaging over 95 in their game yesterday, which consisted of 7 legs. It was Hamilton that won it. Arguably one of the games of the day.
I don't know, I'm just having a look at Andy today, and it just feels like there's a swagger, there's a purpose about him today. Almost as if there's a real belief that he could be the man that can kick on in the group and
you require
make
142.
the crucial move. Well, the crucial move here will be the 1-4-2. This will be for a break of throw with Smith-Neale back on 78 after 12. Goes bullseye. Well, one dart at double 16.
110.
So Drini went for the ball there because the first dart was so plumb.
Yeah. There was a little step and a skip there from Andy Hamilton.
Game
as
shot
if
on the
to say,
first
I was close to getting that 1-4-2, but he's had his pocket picked. That's a really good classy check out there from Smith-Neale. Little flick of the flight on the way through. He survives the
Second
little
leg,
scare and he takes the impetus
Game on.
and saves his own throw on leg 1. I just created a new word, by the way. Stip. Somewhere between a skip and a step. It sounds a bit like a Kiwi word. Taking a step in the right direction. That's an homage to all of our Kiwi viewers. Hope you're all having a nice day.
180.
It's probably bedtime for people in New Zealand. Well, 3 in the bed there for Adam Smith-Neale with our second 180 of the match. It's early stages, but this has got so much potential to be the match of the week. Never mind the match of Tuesday.
Smith-Neale could have plonked another one in there. We may have been edging
44.
closer towards moment of the week, moment of the Super Series so far. Still yet to see a 9 on that stage. Someone's got to do it.
I'm trying to remember who the first person was to get one in the previous studio. I think it might have been Martin Adams. We'll have to do our research on that one. But we have had a few 9 darters in Super Series action.
59.
One thing I can tell you is that Andy Hamilton, in his Super Series career, has made a 3rd place on a Saturday night previously in Phase 2 this year. That week was won by Josh Payne. And in that same phase, Smith-Neale won week 3 and was
45.
third in the Champions Week
And he
behind Dan
requires
Reed and Robert
76.
Owen. Hamilton to equal things up. 76 looks simple, and he's looking to make it simple.
60.
Not this time.
Yeah, this time the kiss off the barrel goes the other side. Hamilton will return. It's all about putting pressure on here from Smith Neale.
139.
Well, he's most definitely done that.
And he
Leaving himself on
requires
double
60.
17. Should he get another poke?
I've never known a week for double 17 to get so much exposure.
Game shot on the
But
second
it's not going to be
leg.
taken because
Andy
Hamilton
Hamilton.
levels things up on double 8. This match, like I said, has got so much potential. And I just get the feeling that 7 legs beckon
Third
here
leg, it's Adam to
for
throw
the first
first.
time today. We've waited for a 4-3. We haven't had one yet. We've had every other result, though. We've had a 0, a 4-1, a 4-2, and maybe this is the first 4-3.
Do you believe in patterns? And if they carry on at the rate that they're going at, 93 average for Smith Neale, 103.93 for Andy Hamilton, and it may well be rising as a result of this visit.
137.
It will rise as a result of this visit. He is putting the hammer down, is Andy Hamilton here on this Tuesday. Someone had to make their mark. It was Andy Hamilton. It looks like he's doing exactly that. And I think we've got an answer, haven't we, to the first ever 9-dart finish.
We did get a couple when we were playing from home in 2020. Martin Adams got one, and Aaron Monk got one. And consequently,
95.
they were both against James Hubbard. And we have taken the mickey out of James for that for at least 2 years. But we won't any longer. But the first 9-darter in the previous studio was recorded by Richie Burnett. And I can't believe I didn't remember that because I commentated on it. I do remember it.
$59.
In fact, I'm just being told that there was one before that.
171.
I'm trying to steal the thunder of James Richardson. He got it against his own kid. Talk about the professional mentality of dart players, hitting perfection against your own family.
100.
Poor Josh, he tunes into this every single day and it gets mentioned. Sorry, Josh. Be no sorry from Adam Smith Neale if he could pin the double 9. Oh, he thought it was in. He took the step forward. Now he has to readjust.
18.
And it goes the other side of the wire. And Hamilton is back on 110 for a breaker throw and to open up a 2-1 lead in this quality encounter. Well, he's going to have to move over to the 18s there. Gets the treble 18, which gives him a dart at the requisite
92.
double. And that wasn't too far away. Kisses the wire,
18.
but goes the other side. And so Smith Neale will return for this double 9.
It's been good to him today
9.
before this match because it got him his first
and you
win.
require 18.
But it's cost him leg 3 in a big way. Somewhat salt in the wound if Andy Hamilton was to find it. But he has to traverse across the board to double 4.
10.
Doesn't like
Adam,
that
you
dart at all. I
require
don't blame
9.
him. Never really threatened the green segment. How about Smith Neale on that same one? We're going round the houses.
5.
And both players will feel this
And do you
opportunity
require
missed if they go on
8?
and lose this leg. Hamilton returns for double 4. For a break. For a 2-1 lead. Double 2. Now 1 from 8 on the doubles. Make that 2 from 9
Andy Hamilton.
for Andy Hamilton. And you can tell how good a game it's been in the scoring department because that little foray in the doubles department has brought the averages down to 91 and 86 respectively. Andy Hamilton won't care one little bit. He's 2-1 up. He's obtained the break and has the darts here to open up a 2-leg cushion. If he can open that cushion up, he'd only be 1 leg away from victory and become the first man in the group to get onto double digits.
140.
His overall standard
134.
yesterday, Hamilton was brilliant. It's the kind of standard you could really take to the Pro Tour and do some damage. There have been questions over Andy's form over the last couple of years since the pandemic.
99.
He did get himself back on tour for a couple of years, but it didn't really work out for him. But now he's going through another rebuilding process.
45.
I don't know whether my eyes deceive me, but it seems to me like he's lost a little bit of weight. He looks like he's got his energy. And that technique, that is what his game is all about. If that breaks down, the whole thing does. But he practices so much
56.
on making sure that those positions of that arm are all pinpoint. And if they are, his form comes. And he's brought it this week.
Adam Smith-Neale bringing with that visit, and it brings him right back into the leg, because there was a threat there that Hamilton was going to run away with it and open up that two-leg cushion. As you mentioned, Andy's such a rhythmic player in terms of his action, and one of the great practices
46.
within the game.
142.
There's no wonder why, when he had that little bit of a dip in form, he could work his way back on tour. Smith-Neale looking to work his way back into the match. Tots or 142.
102.
That'd have been some way to do so. And now Hamilton needs to get this 160. Otherwise, the game could completely turn on its head.
Short with dart 1.
42.
Smith-Neale has time to breathe.
Adam, you require 40.
One more job left.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
fourth
it right
leg.
there. He made that look
Adam
so
Smith-Neale.
simple. It's as if he walked to the oche and he didn't even think about stopping before he delivered that dart. It's as if he knew it was
It's
going
Adam
in.
to throw first.
Great ease about the throw of this former World Master. Now I'm going to pose a question to you
81.
and to our audience, in fact, because I want you all to look at the list of champions of the World Masters in its history. It's the oldest tournament in the world. I'd like you to get in touch with us here at the MODUS Super Series today, live on Sporty Stuff TV, and I want you to tell me
60.
who your favourite World Master is in its history and why. Get in touch with us at MSS Darts. You can tweet Henry or myself, and we will
59.
possibly give you a shout out in a future Adam Smith-Neale match.
That is some question. I'm going to have to think about that one.
I know mine off the top of my head. Graham Hunt, Australian, mid-90s.
57.
Totally unexpected. I met him back in 2005. What a lovely bloke. He's my favourite World Master. Closely followed by
137.
who won it 3 years on the trot. Answers on a postcard. Or by carrier pigeon. Again, I'm showing my age.
Carry a fly around this commentary box. Being attacked by the local wildlife here at the new venue, the MODUS Live Lounge, which is perfectly
51.
beautifully set up. The perfect playing conditions for the players. A reminder that on Saturday night we'll have a crowd in for the finals. You can be a part of it as well. Head over to dartshop.tv for more information on how you can be here. Tickets are free of charge as well. So do come down for a free night of darting fun if you're about on Saturday and in the Portsmouth area.
133.
That's splendid from Smith-Neale. Really starting to find what he needs at the right times. It's not so much about being a great player all the
57.
time.
Adam, you require
It's
40.
about finding the right shots when you need them. That 133
Game shot
was
on the fifth
spectacular.
leg. Adam
But
Smith-Neale.
that tops, just to finish things off, he's making things so difficult for Andy Hamilton in this match. And now he's at the point of no return where he needs two
6 leg.
straight
It's Andy to throw
to stop
first.
Smith-Neale from getting
Game
the
on.
10 points first.
And perhaps the crucial moment where the game may have changed was actually in the fourth leg when Smith-Neale looked out of it. Hamilton was well ahead and he hit that maximum. It gave him that little bit of hope and it
60.
almost forced the error there from Andy. And that's how the game, from my perspective, may have swung. The averages have swung as well. Smith-Neale averaging 92.5.
100.
Hamilton now down to a shade just under 84.
If you can break down these 3 days and pick up 8 points per day. So you're allowed
99.
1 defeat per day, for example. More often than not, 24 points will be enough.
96.
But you just sense that less than 24 is going to be the total in this group. Things are going to be shared around. And usually on a Tuesday at this point, Henry, I would try and pick a number based on what we've seen as to what I think is going to win this group. And I'm going to say
100.
20 points with the right leg difference, because I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be 2 players on 20 points come tomorrow.
It's very similar to last week's group A, which was won by Lisa Ashton on 20 points. And it went down to a deciding game in game 14 of Wednesday against Justin Smith to see who would get that spot. Be plenty of twists and turns before we get to that stage tomorrow, that is for sure. We're seeing dramatic change and twists and swings and roundabouts. We're about to see another twist over the next couple of darts. If Hamilton can nail the 156, it's only for a holder throw.
156.
If not, Adam Smith-Neale will come back for 96 to claim victory and to move on to 10 points.
That doesn't help. And when you're counting on your opponent doing things wrong,
40. Adam,
you
you
know that you're in
require
trouble.
96.
60 for double 18. He's done a great job of fixing shots earlier today,
36.
but he's not able to fix this one.
And you require
Hamilton is now
160.
cursing himself for leaving 116 after only scoring 40 with his last visit. However, it might be his turn to get the job fixed. Double top.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Splendid shot.
Andy Hamilton.
That is his biggest finish of the match. And he takes us all the way. And was it a certain, yours truly, who said that this is going to have 7 legs?
7th and final leg. It's Adam
I'm
to
not
throw
being
first.
brash or confident, but you just knew it was going to go 7 legs.
Can you write down the lottery numbers as well whilst you're here?
140.
I only got 1 number from 3 lines last week. Absolutely pathetic.
If I'm in the Bahamas tomorrow, it's because Nico's got that right as well.
100.
Andy Hamilton pinched Smith-Neale's pocket in that last leg, but it was only a holder throw. It's Smith-Neale who has the advantage and the honour in this
45.
deciding leg, but he may have just opened the door a little bit here to the hammer.
You'd have to see it. It would be a somewhat unexpected double over the man I call ASN.
60.
We like to abbreviate dart players' names in this sport, like RVB or DVD. So why not give a double-barreled English player a bit of an
96.
abbreviation? So we'll call him ASN. But it would be an unexpected double. Most of this match, Adam has been in position to win it. But he wasn't able to take that 96 in leg 6. And for that reason,
96.
he might not win this match. But he still has a 25-point advantage and the advantage of throw and an excellent visit incoming.
140.
Not perfect, but still glorious.
Timing is everything in this game, and as Adam Smith-Neale just timed that 140 to perfection, was Andy Hamilton got one more trick up his sleeve.
85.
85
Adam, you require
leads on 160,
80.
so Smith-Neale should get a dart at tops from here. And I'm going to get 1 for the match.
40.
He may come back for more unless
And you
Hamilton
require
can finish in some
160.
style.
He might have been distracted by that second dart that only snagged the 20 by about a millimetre. Overpitched by a good 1.5 centimetres.
95.
All Andy can do is wait to see
Adam, you require
if Smith-Neale
40.
fails where he hasn't failed in this match.
30.
But this time, he drags the third dart a good 2
and
centimetres
he
left, and he
requires
does fail.
65.
Tops has been mustered for him previously in the match. Hamilton with the swag bag.
Tops for the match.
Game,
Oh, a
shot,
steal for Andy
and the
Hamilton.
match.
Adam Smith
Andy
Neale had
Hamilton.
2 darts to win it, but Andy Hamilton picks up the pieces that Adam Smith Neale couldn't put together and claims a 4-3 victory. And that's a crucial win in the group. He's the first player to make it on to 10 points in Group A. And this is how he did it, with an average of 85.19, 4 from 11 on the checkouts. But crucially, that 116 outshot, which took us all the way to a deciding leg. Adam Smith Neale will head back to the practice room and think how he hasn't won that particular game. It's victory for Andy Hamilton then against Adam Smith Neale. When we return, Conor Heneghan can join the party on 10 points if he can get victory against Steve Brown, who's looking for his first win of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Tuesday, live from the MODUS Live Lounge, where we've just seen what could prove to be a really pivotal match, where Andy Hamilton just picked the pocket there of Adam Smith Neale, didn't he? Smith Neale missing a couple of darts to win that game, 2 of the 13 that he missed at double during the game. Scored really well throughout it, but fantastic 116 checkout from Hamilton, and then going on to punish Adam Smith Neale for those missed match starts to double his win tally for the day after a perfect start earlier on. And that is a victory that sees the Hammer move clear at the top of the table. Andy Hamilton flying right up to the peak of the pile on 10 points from his 7 matches so far, ahead of Conor Heneghan and Adam Smith Neale, the man that he's just beaten. But Heneghan is in action next and can join him. He goes up against Steve Brown, though, and Steve Brown is looking to join that race for top spot. Remember, the winner of Group A books their place automatically at finals night on Saturday. They get the chance to have a couple of days off to rest, do a bit of practice, and turn up back here on Saturday in front of a live studio audience. And don't forget, if you want to be part of that live studio audience, you can book tickets. They're free of charge. Just head to dartshop.tv to get your application in, and you can be here at this exclusive venue. But without further ado, we'll get that match on between Heneghan and Brown. Another big game. They all are, really, aren't they? And we've got two big men in the commentary box to talk you through it. Back to Paul and Henry.
Well, that's a first, Murph. Thank you very much for that introduction. Conor Heneghan taking on Steve Brown. And by the end of this game, we'll be a third of the way through our day here at the Super Series. And at this point in the day, when we've had a round of matches in a tight group, these become crucial. As we see the moves begin to develop, Conor Heneghan can join Hamilton on to 10 points with victory. If Steve Brown loses this, he would then be 4 points adrift of the two players at the top of the table. Andy Hamilton here will be hoping for a Steve Brown victory because it gives him a bit of a cushion at the top of the table from the end of the second round of matches. And it is Brown who has the luxury of throwing first in the odd-numbered legs.
60.
If Conor was to find the victory in this match, he would go to the top of the table on legs difference because
96.
his is looking better than everybody else's at +8 at the minute, which is currently 4 ahead of Hamilton with a game in hand.
95.
Effectively a bonus point at the minute.
85.
Doesn't want another defeat to Steve Brown, though. Yesterday it was a 7-leg thriller. Conor averaged 85.17. 57 was his high checkout, but 33% on the doubles wasn't good enough against Steve, who
100.
pinched the victory by pinging 4 doubles out of 17 shots. And that tells me that he was just giving himself more opportunities.
133.
And more opportunities are needed for Steve in this match, because in match 1 against Hamilton, he only got 4 shots at a double and didn't take any of them.
140. Steve required
So questions
130.
are needing to be answered by the man they call Bomber.
44. Conor,
First
you
question,
require
though,
80.
is posed by Heneghan to himself. Double 10. Ooh, double 7.
66. Steve
And now
require
things
86.
become very interesting indeed. Steve Brown becomes a much more interested spectator in this leg. He could finish the leg off if he could get the ball, but it goes in and out again. I think
Conor,
it's straight into the
40.
25, but nonetheless, a bouncer on the ending double. That's an awkward first start for Heneghan. Even more awkward.
No score.
Well, he got it through the posts,
Steve required
but it didn't hit
50.
the back of the net. Double top.
10.
He's just not finding the outer ring
Conor,
today
you
so far.
require 14.
Needs to polish that up, and he knows it. Double 7 again. Through the posts again.
7.
And this time, it misses the back of the net.
Steve require 40.
Went around the post, but no conversion, and Steve Brown gets another opportunity at tops, which perhaps he wouldn't be expecting.
Game
But he
shot
takes full advantage of it, and he
Steve Brown.
opens up a 1-0 lead against Conor Heneghan, where his throw was under all sorts of bother, but Bomber finds his way back in the leg.
Second
He
leg, it's
takes
Conor
it
to
in the
throw
end.
first.
And he knows how crucial these throws were. This matches for him. Doesn't want to get cut adrift at the top.
95.
As you mentioned, he's had some struggles on the outer ring so far today.
45.
Conor Heneghan missing 8 at double in that opening leg. Steve Brown missing 5 before converting the tops.
135.
Have you ever been to the seaside, Henry, where they have those horses and you put your coins in there and you start to see how things start to materialize in the middle of the race? Well,
60.
that is the thing that came to mind when looking at the table right now, because Hamilton's come out of the blocks. He is in front now. But you're starting to sense
28.
that maybe if Heneghan wins this game, that there is that gap at the top, and the two horses are starting to stretch their legs a little bit. And I don't mean to put additional pressure on Steve Brown.
100.
But everybody in the practice room wants you to win this game. Need minimal players on double digits ahead of match 6, because Painter against Blom next, they're going to have no effect on the top spots.
96.
But they want to keep the people at the top as close to them as possible. And that involves trying to keep Heneghan away from 10 points.
Shot on the second leg.
But that helps him.
Conor Heneghan.
That's a 14-darter and a beautiful conversion on that 63. And he's doing what Brown could not do earlier today by taking doubles immediately.
We're talking about the horses on the courses. That really was a gallop from Conor Heneghan, that 14-dart leg.
58.
Brings him back level. He should be 2-0 up in this game. Missed a plethora of doubles in the first. But he's the sort of player 93. That can just decompartmentalise things, just get rid of what happened in the previous leg. You know, you see players that miss a number of doubles in
45.
leg 1 and it embroils them for the rest of the match. You get the sense with Conor that he just parks it to one side when it happens and then just moves straight on with a clean slate.
95.
The best dart players on the planet, and in fact some of the best sports people on the planet, have terrible memories. If you were to offer me a whitewash of my career and give me one extra quality, it would be the ability to forget. The amount of times I've gone for a 56 checkout thinking of a World Cup losing shot. I wish I could just forget about it. But Heneghan, I think he's got the kind of qualities that you need to have mentally as a dart player, because he just gets on with it.
You require 133.
He's got 2 maximums. He's averaging over 92 again. And he just looks really assured.
85.
What was it you just said there?
Steve, you require 158.
Just let me down by missing a single. Steve, what are you up to?
139.
Almost equalised the best finish of the week so far.
Conor, you require 48.
That double 19 is playing a huge effect in this group so far. Conor Heneghan will be hoping that the double 16 has an equal effect. It does have an equal effect. And that is a break of throw. And that is back-to-back 14 dart legs for the Irishman.
4th leg, it's Conor to
He really is kicking on here. Kicking on indeed. Very much so.
180.
Next time Conor delivers darts into the scoring segment, I just want you to look at his barrels.
134.
They have a taper towards the end of the barrel, towards the end of the point. One of the main reasons he can get those darts so close together is where the grip
85.
element of the barrel ends and he has a smooth taper towards the point. And that ensures that when the dart is forced through, it doesn't bounce too far away.
80.
It actually collects because of that taper. It's a really good, clever piece of equipment that he uses. It's not something he's changed over the last couple of years either. He doesn't
96.
tinker with his equipment too much. He's got something he likes. It works, so he doesn't change it.
Familiarity. And it's certainly working for Heneghan.
140. Conor, you require 140.
Well, this is for a 3-1 lead here. And you wouldn't back against it the way he's playing. Double 10.
130.
And that would have been for
Steve,
a 12 on the
147.
back of consecutive 14 darters. And you sense the 147 for Steve Brown had to be pocketed.
60. Conor, you require
Steve's on the
10.
ropes now. He's playing with pressure because of what his opponent's doing.
Conor Heneghan.
This is a blitz from Heneghan. I don't think there's any other way to put it. That's 41 darts for the last 3 legs. That's world class wherever you are. 3-1 up.
5th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Take away that first leg. 14, 14, 13. World class. Top world class.
70.
And Steve Brown knows he's under it. And could that be the final slip? Because you don't expect Heneghan to miss anything from here.
85.
I remember when Conor and his brother Martin first came to Super Series darts.
100.
I think we spent about 3 weeks trying to get their name right. because we started with Heneghan, and then we eventually plucked up the courage to walk up to the lads and say,
140.
okay, tell us how to say it. And they said, Heneghan. Right, okay, we'll practice that for the next few weeks when you come back. And we eventually got it right. There's nothing worse than getting somebody's name wrong. So when it comes to new players now, we just walk straight up to them and say, okay, how do you say your name?
Interestingly, on the
45.
back of names, Charlie informed me last week that Corsovin's not actually the proper way of pronouncing his last name.
Oh, don't tell me that. What is it?
Corstorfin.
60.
Because it's Scottish.
I hope you're not selling me a bunch of fibs here, Henry. Are you being serious? I've known Charlie
64.
for 5 years and I'm finding this out now. Well, we'll just call him Double C.
Can't go wrong there. You probably tell me that Charlie's wrong as well. It's probably some French way of saying it.
Charlie, yeah. He is a fine referee, though.
65.
World class.
Connor, you require
Sheriff on the stage.
167.
And this would be a world class finish to this match. It's not going to happen.
85. Steve, you require 121.
This is to stay in it, and you sense it has to go the way Heneghan's playing. One dart, a double 14.
93.
Heneghan returns.
Connor, you
I
require
smell
82.
trouble. If he gets the ball, for me, this game is up. One chance at tops.
Game
to
shot.
claim victory and a
match.
superb
Conor
performance
Heneghan.
from Conor Heneghan. A 93.68 average, and after missing 8 darts at double in the opening leg, he then hit 4 from the subsequent 5. 3 180s as well in the game, a high out of 82, a 4-1 victory then for the Irishman. That puts him on to 10 points, and for Steve Brown, it really does scupper his hopes of trying to win Group A. He's now 4 points behind the chasing pack at the top of the table. A defeat that puts him down to 4th in proceedings now. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see the return of Kevin Painter on the stage as he takes on Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What an interesting start it's been. We've had 5 matches, and Paul Nicholson's just joined me to recap them. I think the pivotal one, Paul, was the 4th game, the win for Andy Hamilton over Adam Smith Neale.
Unquestionably, a really good win for Andy, but you sense that maybe that's a game he should have lost. But when you can pick up those wins and have a few dominant performances mixed in there as well, maybe a good sign for Andy's chances of winning this group, I think.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the match stats for the last game as well, the one that you've just commentated on. Conor Heneghan dominant and getting a bit of revenge for defeat against Steve Brown yesterday.
Yeah, Steve not getting to the double quick enough, unfortunately, but you got a sense that Heneghan's starting to put something together. His consistency is starting to shine through. His 93 average there and a decent checkered percentage. That's really good, but you just sense with Conor that there's still another gear to find. And if he needs it, he probably will find it. But that's a really good win for him.
And the next one, Kevin Painter against Moreno Blom. We know what the problem is, don't we, for Moreno Blom? It's the scoring, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, you look at his doubles percentage so far in this competition for 6 matches is 72%. That's world class. But he's not getting to the double quick enough. But you do sense with this match that 2 points is needed if they stand any chance of winning this group now.
Okay, so Paul's going to walk down to the commentary box. Speaking of world class, he's going to get there. But first of all, Henry Deacon.
By myself as world class. Thank you very much, Chris. But we got 2 world class players and a world class ref on stage. Kevin Painter, the former World Championship finalist back in 2004, up against Moreno Blom, who'll be hoping that in years to come he will be in a similar position to the artist in major finals, picking up major titles and major honours. But for these two, it's a basement battle on Tuesday here at the Super Series. For Kevin Painter, if he can win, he'll put himself on 6 points level with Steve Brown. So it would keep him a interested party if there was slip-ups from above. And of course, when you look at fixtures for later on in the day, he could possibly be the player that causes the most upset at the top end of the table, because after this he'll face Andy Hamilton, Steve Brown, so they'll play each other again, and then Conor Heneghan, the man who is at the top of the table on 10 points. Him and Hamilton are level in terms of points, but Heneghan with a positive legs difference of 11.
100.
Two shirts on stage, which
46
most definitely stick out in a crowd.
Which one would you prefer, Henry?
82.
I think I'd prefer the Kevin Painter artist one, because I don't want to
59.
wear that luminous yellow one and be confused for a steward or something like that.
I can see where you're going with that one, actually. It was a huge change
60.
for Kevin when he went to this kind of shirt. It was actually a really good friend of mine who got in touch with me.
135.
And he was making my dart shirts at the time, a friend of mine called Paul Bithell in Australia. And he ended up going on to make shirts for Kevin and for Jamie Caven and John Henderson. But I want to say at this juncture that our friend Paul Bithell, who lives in Maryborough in Victoria, has been very sick lately. He's had his
96. Kevin,
second treatment for cancer, and luckily it's working. So all the very best to Paul. I know that giving that news to Kevin yesterday, he was thrilled to know that Paul's going to be okay.
Most definitely. We send our best wishes. Kevin Painter wants tops here. He had a 158 yesterday. That would have been a 157 to kick off this game against Blom, who has found his scoring boots a bit better today than he has done on previous days here at the Super Series. Just working things out. 25 left.
133.
Did the right thing there,
Kevin,
Henry,
you require
because
20.
his darts kink a little bit to the left, just covering a little bit of that 5 bed. Just trying to cover himself for not trying to inadvertently bust the score.
Shot on the first leg.
Didn't make any difference.
Kevin Painter.
Painter takes the first leg. And if he was to win this match, to get his first win of the day and to get onto 6 points,
Second leg, it's Moreno.
he'd only be 4 points behind. But then Blom would be 8 behind. with matches running out.
180.
I think at that juncture, even on this stage of Tuesday, that'd be game over, and all he'd be playing for is potentially a spot in Group B, because that's something that wouldn't be out of the equation.
125.
But I'll tell you what's not out of the equation. Well, it is now.
134.
Yeah, maybe he has found his scoring boots. He's wearing the same shoes as yesterday, but maybe he's got different laces in or something. It was a 4-0 victory for Kevin yesterday. Pretty easy. Moreno just not playing well at all. Really struggled.
58.
But we see it sometimes here where a player on debut just needs a day or two just to customize to this climate, this environment. As you mentioned yesterday, it's completely unique for the players. That's not unique for Kevin Payne, who's been doing that for the best part of 30 years or more.
Now, Moreno's only got 4 legs, or even 5 legs now, of experience against Kevin.
You require 136.
He's a bit of a greenhorn. He's going to have to take note of some of the intricacies of playing Kevin Painter. And when that 180 was planted by Kevin, he walked to the board and
60.
wouldn't be rushed.
Moreno
wanted to get
56.
on with things. He's just going to have to temper his pace potentially.
Game shot on the second
There's
leg.
more evidence
Moreno Blom.
that he just doesn't miss doubles. What is it with this kid? When he gets his scoring together, he is probably a world-class talent.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw
I've barely seen him miss a double over the
Game
last couple of days.
Should he start at tops at the beginning of the leg?
We're not going to give him extra credit for that, that's for sure. But we have had people tweeting us over the last few months saying, is there any chance that one of the stages could be double start? Well,
85.
it's something that we have listened to, and you just never know, so stay tuned for that one. But you mentioned, Henry, about someone coming into this arena for the first time. We have 5 players in this group who played in what was the Live League.
180.
So they have that experience of the format. But Moreno comes in here without that kind of experience.
100.
And that will be the same for Lee Shewan later in this week. He's going to be in Group C, an England international who played at Lakeside back in April. I'll be very fascinated to see what Lee Shewan brings to the table.
Talking about shoes, he's nicknamed the Cobbler.
23. Kevin, you require 160.
So we'll see him in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. Kevin Painter would like to see the back of this leg with a 160 finish. He's going to return.
85.
However, but interesting that Moreno Blom didn't just not win a leg in those 5 that he lost against Kevin Painter. He didn't even have a
27.
dart at double. So he's never missed a dart
75.
at the double against Kevin Painter.
He's not going to get one in this leg. Kevin will see to that. Ooh, double 3. That is a really good call, in my opinion. I was thinking in my own mind, what's he going to do with this last dart? Is he going to aggressively go for the double 3?
Kevin,
Could
you
he even
require
bust
4.
it? But leaving double 2 right there, absolutely the right play.
Every single ounce of his
Game
experience
shot on the
came into
third
play
leg.
there, and it's
Kevin
come up
Painter.
trumps for Kevin Painter, and he opens up a 2-1 lead. That could have got very tricky very quickly for the artist, but he took a step back, he recomposed himself for a second, and he assessed the situation. He worked out his options. He decided, I'm not going to bust it.
96.
I'm not going to even think about the double 3 in case it goes inside, and then you've got all sorts of madness at the madhouse. Goes for the double 2, gets the double 2, and he opens up a 2-1 lead.
It's the equivalent of a ball in cricket going about 3 yards right of off stump.
140.
You know you're going to get a run for it being a wide from the umpire, so why would you swing at it? Just let it go by. Or the equivalent of maybe your opponent in a match play golf match already being in the trees, and why would you take driver?
45.
That was really good from Kevin. Super impressed with the way he plotted his way around that 75 that he had left.
56.
And there's no substitute for experience. 2-1 up and thoroughly deserving this lead.
You could buy flashy cars, you could buy nice houses, but you cannot buy experience.
100.
Can't buy confidence either. You can only build it.
It's a bit like a shed. You can only build it. mean, I suppose you can buy a shed, so I've completely ruined my own logic there, but...
That's it. You can buy a shed, but you can't buy confidence. Actually makes a lot of sense.
180. Moreno
There
require
aren't many people in darts who
152.
throw a dart harder than Kevin Painter. When he throws it,
80.
it stays thrown.
Kevin, you require 76.
Which is why you don't see many bounce outs from Kevin. He'll be hoping nothing bounces out here, leaving 76 after 12. It's been an impressive leg here from the artist, who's just upping it here.
Game
And
shot on
upping
the
it at
fourth
the
leg.
perfect time. A
Kevin
break of
Painter.
throw, and he leads 3-1. An average just below 95. Clinical from Kevin Painter. 3 from 7 on the doubles as well.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to
And he
throw
has the throw
first.
to
Game
seal
on.
victory here in the 5th.
Kevin's a tall chap. When you stand next to him, most people would be looking up.
84.
But for me, it's the width of his shoulders.
81.
He was in the building trade earlier in his life. Built up a bit of muscle that way. But he's just got such a presence. Such a confident presence when you're in his company.
140.
And this is the kind of painter I love to watch. When he's in front and when he's full of confidence and he's chatting to himself.
41.
He's difficult to beat when he's in this fettle.
He may be on the cusp of a victory, because he's going through the gears at the right time, and Moreno Blom doesn't have an answer at this present moment in time. He may not get the time to come up with an
59.
answer.
Kevin, you require
Maybe time out for Blom.
137.
Is it going to be another game where Moreno Blom goes 100% on doubles? It's looking extremely likely.
95.
I think he's going to break all the records for doubles percentages this week. But the key to his deficiencies are just the amount of shots he's getting.
Be a perfect pairs partner.
That's not a bad shout, actually.
60. Kevin, you require 42.
Well, 42 it is for Painter to finish this one off. It's been a brilliant display. Double 16.
10.
He will return. He was on the cusp of maybe his biggest average of the week so far, but right now you don't get bonus points for averages. It's all about just getting the W.
Points mean prizes at the Super Series, and Painter
96.
is about,
Kevin,
it
you
seems, to
require
pick up
32.
another 2. It bring him on to 6 points. Level with Steve Brown. If he can convert the double 16,
Game,
in
shots,
which
and
he
the match.
can.
Kevin
Painter seals a 4-1 victory against Moreno Blom. It just keeps him an interested party in and around Group A here at the Super Series. A much improved performance from Painter, a 93.42 average, 3 maximums in the match, 4 from 11 on the doubles, impressive as well, and a high checkout of 76. But Moreno Blom, again, 100% on the doubles. His doubling percentages have been absolutely crazy this week. If he can get that scoring power together, then maybe later on in the week when he's placed in either Group B or C, he could be an unassailable opponent to all the others. Well, we're going to take a short break where Conor Heneghan is hoping to be the unassailable player in Group A. He's at the front of the table. He takes on Adam Smith-Neale, who could join him on 10 points of a victory.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Kevin Painter get a second successive win against Moreno Blom. Now, I'm not sure if you noticed, but there wasn't a handshake at the end of the match. Kevin Painter did offer. Moreno decided not to accept. Not sure entirely what that was all about. I would imagine that Blom is just a little unhappy with his own performances and maybe hearing and seeing things that he wouldn't if he was playing a little bit better. Bizarrely, hasn't missed a dart at double against Kevin Painter yet, but he's only had one in 2 matches. Painter 8-1 up on aggregate. Another convincing performance from the artist who just brushed aside the young Dutchman in that one, as you can see. But yeah, Kevin Painter easing past Moreno Blom. Not sure whether there's any love lost there, so we'll keep an eye on that one for tomorrow. But in terms of today, Kevin Painter, well, that puts him still in contention. It keeps him in contention. It's an outside chance, but it's a chance all the same of getting to the top of the table by the end of tomorrow. Paul Nicholson said that he felt Kevin could afford to lose one game. He lost his first, he's won his second, so Painter still fighting for that top spot. The man at the top of the table, Conor Heneghan, level on points with Andy Hamilton, is in action now. The Irishman can move clear of the hammer if he can get a victory over Adam Smith-Neale. But if the former world master manages to win this match, then he himself will move to the top of the table, joint with Hamilton and Heneghan. So it's all to play for. A big game coming up here, and Henry and Paul are waiting to talk you through it.
Yes, thanks, Murph. Interesting times at the end of round number 2. We go into round 3 now, with Smith-Neale just a little bit behind the 2 at the top. Heneghan has been really impressive so far today. 2 wins from 2. Same for Hamilton. ASN with 1 win from 2. But that loss to Hamilton, how much is it going to affect his future performances? Will it stunt his always buoyant momentum that he seems to always have when he comes here? Always seems likely to pick up the wins, the 28-year-old from Nuneaton. He calls himself the big dog.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Actually. Game on.
Some of these nicknames do need explaining.
Should have a podcast special, shouldn't we?
It's not a bad idea, that. Anyway, 58. Let's look at the complexities of this one. Because like I said, 2 wins from 2 for Heneghan, 1 from 2 for Adam. But now we get into a very interesting section of today's
60.
draw. 2 matches. This one followed by Hamilton and Painter. Means that we'll have a very interesting look to the table when we go into Blom against Brown, who are currently now the bottom 2. So Painter's changed that already.
57.
He was to pick up another win in the next match. And I hasten to say he probably wants Smith-Neale to win this game to keep the top mark at 10 points.
125.
A very interesting second half of play ahead of us.
Most definitely. Conor Heneghan can put himself on 12 points and then put a 4-point buffer between him and Smith-Neale and a 6-point gap to Painter back in 4th. If Adam Smith-Neale can seal victory here, we'll have a 3-way tie for the top.
84.
Conor Heneghan, barring a huge defeat, would still be top of the pile, but his healthy lead on legs difference would also be cut back. So Heneghan with top, with a ton after 12, 100. May leave tops in a second. Does leave tops now after 13.
60.
Well, the 14s was a trademark of the last match, but
150.
Couldn't convert for the 15, and Smith-Neale's back for the 150.
Someone's going to try it eventually.
75.
Well, he got one of the balls at the end.
40.
He just didn't go for the first 2. Double 10. Double 5 around the houses.
30.
And that one
Adam,
wasn't
you require
close.
75.
And so Smith-Neale can return for the breaker throw. He's going to get 2 at double 12. Only needs the 1 at double 12. And we've seen it a couple of times today. Adam Smith-Neale just keeping himself an interested party in the leg. And then when a player misses their opportunity, he comes in, he picks up the pieces and takes it. He leads 1-0. And as I mentioned, crucially, a breaker throw right at the very start of this match.
You don't see many players using the smooth barrel anymore. There was a very small portion of Gary Anderson's career where he
140.
used the smooth barrel, but that was because once he picked up Terry Jenkins' darts and liked them. But that leads me to saying about Terry Jenkins using a smooth barrel.
180.
But of the people who are playing at a consistently good level at the minute, I suppose he's the only one I can think of.
140.
Definitely works for him. He's never deviated away from this type of barrel. It works for him.
Played a part in Stephen Bunting's success as well at the
40.
Lakeside and at the World Masters a few years
They
ago.
had a very small micro grip about them, but they looked extremely smooth. He's gone to something a bit more grippy now, but you're absolutely right. Stephen Bunting was an advocate for the smoother barrel as well.
Horses for courses, and Smith Neale may see the break that he accrued in the
42.
opener
Conor, you require 82.
dissipate in the second, because Heneghan back on 82. Should get a dart here. Will get a dart at top. So he needs the one dart
Conor Heneghan
at top. So Conor Heneghan levels us up at 1 apiece. And we saw in the last game, Heneghan miss a couple of darts in the opening leg.
Third leg, it's Conor
Lose
to
the opening
throw
leg
third.
and then respond in kind. He's done so again in this game. A 12 darter to get us back level and to obtain that break.
57.
And from there, I think it was 4 from 5 on the doubles, having missed 8 in the opening leg.
What I'm starting to see is the consistent
97.
levels of Heneghan. And if he maintains this 93 to 95 level throughout the day, he's going to cause so many problems for all of his
100.
biggest rivals. If he has an off game, it's usually something around in the high 80s. His averages today do reflect how
140.
consistent he's been. 95 and 93. And again, he's at 95. So he's in a really good frame of mind.
We mentioned as well that advantage he has
60.
in the legs difference. And I feel in this group format, the most important result that players that win the groups pick up is 4-2s. You give yourself that 2-leg buffer. It
95.
forces your opponent in the next game to win by a scoreline.
4-leg swings all the time. You're not
100.
only bolstering your position, you're damaging your opponents as well. So it's a bit of a double whammy. Smith Neale
80.
leaving 169 very rarely can be excused, but on this occasion, as long as he takes the 89, all is forgiven.
60. Adam, you require 89.
A rare visit of that treble for Conor Heneghan, and Smith Neale returns for the 89, and he has decided
49.
to elect
Conor, you require
against going for the
124.
20, thus giving him less of an opportunity at the double because the single would have left the ball. And can Conor Heneghan pinch his pocket at the bullseye,
99.
which he nearly neglected,
Adam, you
Smith Neale.
require 40.
I almost did the Harry Enfield there. You don't want to do that. Does he get away with it?
20.
He's had some really bad darts at double 10 today.
Conor, you require
He's pulled
25.
them left. He's pushed them right. The bullseye option is ancient history.
Game
because
shot on the
Heneghan
third leg.
is ahead.
Conor Heneghan.
2-1 to the Irishman. This is a really interesting game so far. The averages have come down a little bit, but it doesn't deflect
Fourth
away
leg,
from the
it's
fact
Adam
that
to
this is a
throw
really
third.
interesting contest.
There's certain games when you're sat in this commentary box that following the conclusion of it, you chat for 5 minutes
140.
wondering how we've got to this position in a particular game. In this one, it's quite simple potentially if Conor Heneghan goes on to win this game,
90.
and especially if he wins it by a margin. And it was Adam Smith Neale not going for the big 20 or going for the treble, which would have at least
99.
guaranteed him a dart at the bullseye. Instead going treble 10 for tops, which he missed. And Heneghan then picking his pocket a visit or two later. He might be picking his pocket again in
125.
this leg against the darts.
I posed the question to our Super Series audience this morning
56.
as to who your favourite world master is. One of my good friends from Scotland, Fraser Gunn's been in touch, and he's associated himself with Bob
135.
Anderson, the great world master and 1988 world champion, as his favourite world master. So thank you for getting in touch, Fraser. Hope you're well up there in Scotland.
140. Conor, you require 151.
Again, with the right play there of Bing going over to treble 18 for Adam Smith Neale. Well, it's going to mean much because he should get a dart double here on 66.
91. Adam, you require 66.
Pick your double. Double top.
46.
He's had a love-hate relationship with it today, and it continues here. And Heneghan
60.
has got an opportunity to break the throw, and then he'd have the darts to win the match. Tops. Double 10.
50.
But now Heneghan's having
Adam, you
troubles on that
20.
double 10.
You're starting to sense that the players know how big these darts are.
10.
What is going on with double 10 today for Adam?
Conor, you require 10.
If he could offer double 10 outside, he would, but he won't.
Game shot
Double
on the fourth
5 to the
leg.
rescue for
Conor
Heneghan, who
Heneghan.
takes the 3-1 lead. And even when he misses a few doubles, he still maintains an average of over 90. And here's the strange thing about
Fifth
Conor's
leg, it's Conor to
consistency.
throw first. Game on.
It's just that the average is always good. But even averaging over 90 for the week, his doubles have not been that spectacular.
134.
If anything, he's under 1 in every 3 hits, which means there's definitely a big game to be found, and predominantly that's going to be
57.
found if he starts hitting doubles.
You know you have a good player on your hands when they're averaging 92.5 and you still think there's gears to go. Is he going through the gears here?
85.
If he does miss a dart, it's usually dart 3, because he does have a somewhat jerky action
80.
when he lets that dart go, and he tends to let his left leg follow through before he's even delivered dart 3. So if he can just stay still,
80.
notice how his body's traveling just a little bit further forward. It could be microscopic, but I always say it as a darts coach, you have to deliver dart 3 the same as
99.
dart 1. It's as if you've got another one to go, but you don't.
Or is that sheer adrenaline just pumping through the body and something that with experience he's going to learn to
134.
deal with a bit better?
I would like to think so, but you see with a lot of faster players that they're very eager to take the darts out of the board
58.
even
Conor, you
before
require
the
68.
shot is called by the referee. This is for the win, and a very big one.
48.
Neale is still alive, but only just. He needs errors from Heneghan,
140.
on the double that's
Conor,
cost
you
Neale
require
more than any
20.
other this week so far.
Game
It's not
shot
costing Conor.
And the match.
That's a 4-1
Conor
victory,
Heneghan.
and that's going to take him to 12 points in the table. And not just that, his leg difference is going to go to plus 14. There you see that checkered percentage of 28%. He feels that that is good enough at the minute because his scoring is so consistent. No 180s in that match. Again, that didn't matter. But the consistent performance level of Heneghan, that is why he's winning. And that's why he is top of the table. We've got another big game coming up with Hamilton versus Painter, and that's not far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a match that 10 years ago was a Premier League fixture about to take place as Kevin Painter takes on Andy Hamilton. But before we get into that one, just a quick recap of the game that we've just seen. That was between Conor Heneghan and Adam Smith-Neale, and it's another convincing win for Conor. He's having a fantastic time of it now in Group A. A 4-1 success, an average of over 90, and missed a few doubles in there as well. So really strong stuff from Heneghan, who has put himself in pole position in this group. Andy Hamilton is hot on his heels. It's been a perfect start to the day for him, and this one could see him climb the table even further. But Kevin Painter can keep himself in the mix with a victory. Lost his first match of the day, but came back, powered past Moreno Blom, the man at the bottom of the table, and now is looking to join Adam Smith-Neale on 8 points. So Hamilton will move on to 12 alongside Heneghan if he can get the better of the artist here. In previous meetings between the pair, they've had plenty over the years. Hamilton has got a better head-to-head record, but Painter has had some big wins against him as well. So it's one that is a bit of a nostalgic match. This, as I said, a decade ago, the pair were playing in the Premier League, and they're playing here at the Live Lounge at the MODUS Super Series. Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson ready to talk you through this one.
Indeed we are. Thank you very much, Murph. As you say, it really does have 2012 vibes as Kevin Painter takes on Andy Hamilton. All we need is Paul Nicholson alongside me. And it really will feel like 2012.
Well, I'm the person that they beat to get in the Premier League. And Mark Webster. Not that we've brought that up much in the last 10 years. No, it's fair enough to say. And I've spoken to Kev about this in detail. When he got his berth in the Premier League with Andy that year, they thoroughly deserves it. It was a really interesting chat I had with Andy that year at the World Championship where he made the final. In the early portions of the year, as Kevin's trying to do a bit of pest control, Andy said to me, after he'd made the semi-finals of the World Match Play,
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He said, I'm sick of trying to get in the Premier League. All I'm going to do now is just take one match at a time and just see what happens. And within a month, he was selected for the Premier League. Incredible stuff. And I think it was fair to say that we all knew that Kevin was going to be selected after winning in Doncaster.
180.
Could be another good game on our hands here. But let's not forget, when Kevin won that title in 2012, he could have been
42.
beaten in the semi-finals by Scott Rand. 2 mismatched darts from Cool Hand Rand. We could be talking about a very different career for Painter had those darts gone in. But they didn't.
These are going in, though, from Andy Hamilton. Right at the start of the opening leg. A little trip down memory lane, and you may remember in that 2012 Premier League, Simon Whitlock hit a 9-darter in the semi-finals against Andy Hamilton. Are the tables turning? Not on this occasion.
Tease. Still a great leg, though.
57.
And if he did hit the 9, it could only get worse from there, couldn't it?
Andy was on a 9 himself, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In that leg. One of the best Premier League legs ever. Just love that camaraderie
60.
up on the stage there. Great attempt at a 9-darter. That's darts etiquette for you right there. Your opponent has a crack at a 9 and he just misses out. Tap of the fist is all it takes. Just to show a little bit of class.
76.
Almost a 12-darter. He will be back. He's only got a lead of 349 points.
And of course, the art to playing a player who's on the 9 is just to keep yourself interested, because how many times do we see if they get close and don't get there, how many times it takes and then a couple more visits to recompose? Well, Hamilton looks to recompose on the double 4. Has to recalibrate down to double 2.
Game shot on the first
does so in the end. It would have been a divine darting harmony if he went inside and he goes from being on a 9-dart finish to acquiring double 1. But Hamilton gets there in the end. It was a 15-dart leg.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
He went 6 perfect darts at the start of it.
Most important thing for Andy there was just to get rid of that leg
85.
in a decent number. Because even though he was on for the 9-darter, the last thing you want to do is continue to miss doubles and just see your confidence dissipate a little bit.
39.
It's actually a really, really good leg from Andy in the end. Starts somewhat suspectly here with an unexpected bounce out. Kevin's got to get right in on this treble 20 because
80.
he really struggled on it in leg 1.
And of course, for a lot of people, this will be a trip down darts in memory lane. And what a year 2012 was in darts. Maybe better for some more than others, maybe, but...
The first thing that comes to mind for
60.
me is that the Euro Tour started in 2012. And look where it is now. And you think about some of the great victories from
30.
that year, some of the best players from 2012. To just be part of that was a real privilege for myself and for these two.
Sometimes nice just to head onto YouTube and look back at some of those classic matches.
I like to look at the matches from the 70s
100.
and 60s, just to see the outfits of the players, the darts actions that they had, and the equipment they used. I love to go down memory lane.
59.
You wouldn't see those types of darts or flights these days. Literally feathers.
Yeah, I've still got some of those antique darts in my collection. I know there's a few of the guys out there in the darts world who like to collect the really old stuff in the Baker-like cases with the original feather flights. Yeah, I've got a few of those sets, and every now and again I just get really intrigued and I throw,
and do you require
throw a few darts
170?
and see how they react. They're very, very hard to use compared to the new equipment that we have these days, which these guys are making look very cool and very efficient.
56. Kevin, you require
Nearly went from the birds of a
147.
feather towards the big fish, but Hamilton couldn't convert. Painter then, 147. And I suppose if any player should convert to 147, it should be
95.
Kevin Painter when you consider he's
And
got
do you
all the
require
colours of a snooker table on
114?
it.
And he's good mates with Mark Selby. Oh, look how good that dart is. How good is this one?
94.
If he does have a miss,
Kevin, you require
it's where the
52.
dart just dives a little bit at the end. Painter goes for tops. Interesting. Predominantly used to be a double 16 kind of guy.
32.
And it's easy for me
And do
to
you
say that he should
require
have. But
20?
the misses at tops offer the Hammer a chance of 2-0.
You've seen some interesting darts at double 10 today. Well, you couldn't get any closer, but Hamilton has to move all the way across.
This is about 8 feet away. Oh,
Game
what a
shot on
dart
the
from
second
Andy.
leg.
That's a
Andy
sensational
Hamilton.
shot. Patience personified. And using the darts that he had in the board to his advantage. That is a pinpoint shot. And
Third
great
leg, it's Andy to
experience.
throw
And
first.
even
Game
better
on.
execution. Great dart. Best of the day.
That was like taking a free kick from 35 yards out, but having a skyscraper in the wall and getting past it into the top right-hand corner.
Let's just call Andy Hamilton James
140.
Ward-Prowse, shall we? I'm sure he's never been likened to that Southampton midfielder before.
Careful saying that in these parts.
100.
I'll see what I like. As long as I don't say anything against Ipswich Town Football Club, because at that point, Kevin Painter will walk through a wall to get to me. And he's a Manchester United fan.
93.
So he's probably quite chipper at the minute with their recovery.
Yeah, my team and Kevin's team's got a very interesting footballing relationship at the minute.
Who are you a fan of, Henry?
83.
Local boy Pompey.
Ah, that's why you said that about Southampton. Now I get it. I consider myself warned.
I'd like to say that we're the only team on the South Coast who hasn't lost a Premier League game 9-0.
140.
Moving swiftly on. I'm not seeing anything. I'm a Newcastle fan. It's one of the reasons why Kevin and I get along so well, because all we do is talk about
And do
Bobby
you
Robson.
require 128?
Now, One of those awkward finishes that we talked about yesterday with Matthew Edgar. Even when you get the treble, you still need another one.
96.
And because he went 60 there, he could have gone for 18 bull. But with 258 registered on the score sheet there for Kevin, no use in going for the 18 bull. Just lay it up.
And he required 32.
Leave yourself 32. He's on easy street right now, looking very cool. Averaging just under 92. That's not in the way.
Game
shot
on the third
shot.
Andy
15
Hamilton.
darter from Hamilton. And that's 51 darts for the first 3 legs for Andy. Steady, steady stuff, taking advantage of a painter who hasn't turned up in this one
Fourth leg,
so
it's
far.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The analogy I'd make about this performance from Andy Hamilton would be similar to a swan. He looks as if he's gliding so effortlessly towards
100.
victory, averaging 88. But he's doing the hard work, doing the hard yards. And there has been legs where Kevin has put him under pressure.
I wonder if he had a name for his hammer when he was walking on the Premier League stage, because he used to walk up with an inflatable hammer, didn't he?
121.
Do you know that Thor's hammer has a name?
I didn't know.
It's called Mjolnir. True story. That is the real name of Thor's
42.
hammer in Norse mythology and in a lot of the movies, of course.
Shall I jot that down for my next pub quiz?
MJO, it starts. Mjolnir.
100.
He's a bit more dangerous with the old 3-sharper objects in his right hand, that's for sure.
99.
But you do wonder, don't you, with players who are around 55 years of age, because they both are, at which point could they potentially say to themselves in the mirror one day, I don't want to do this anymore? And you just wonder that maybe that would have come sooner for them had it not been for the MODUS Super Series. This is a vehicle for them to continue their careers and continue a level of confidence
95.
that might see them get senior titles.
And you require
Like the senior match
140.
play, the senior masters, or even the senior world championship, which is going to be in February next year.
And Painter hasn't been far away. 2 semi-finals this year in the seniors events at the World Championship and World Match Play. So he's going to be a serious contender
83.
for those events. The match play taking place at the York Barbican in September next year. You can see more information on that and tickets for the World
55.
Seniors Championship
And he
at
required
modus.tv.
57.
But here, Andy Hamilton wants 57 to seal a 4-0 victory. Another impressive performance. It'd be a 5th straight win for the Hammer. If he can get the double 10, he can get the double 10. And more crucially for Hamilton as well, it's a 4-0 victory. And in this race for first place, which looks so tight, legs difference is going to play a huge, huge part in that. So 4-0 victory for Andy Hamilton with a 91 average, 2 maxes to his name, 4 from 13 on the checkouts and a high out of 57. He deposes of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 0. And when we return after the break, we're going to see Moreno Blom in action against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Andy Hamilton, well, hammer Kevin Painter, a 4-0 whitewash win for Hamilton, and what a time he's having of it. He's now won 5 matches on the spin, and that was a really dominant display. Painter not at the races. You do wonder how much that little altercation at the end of his match against Moreno Blom might have affected him. He played just a couple of matches after that. I'll be getting a word with Paul Nicholson to discuss that. No stranger from controversy yourself. I'm sure you won't thank me for mentioning that. But there you see Andy Hamilton just breezed past Painter in that one and carried on his winning run. 5 in a row, including 3 this morning. Well, now attention turns to a couple of players in need of victory. You can see from the league table that Steve Brown and Moreno Blom are in need of points. Blom in particular has really struggled. Steve Brown on 6 points, can still keep himself in with an outside chance with a victory in this one. Well, Moreno Blom, the trouble has been, as Paul Nicholson was saying when he was stood here with me earlier, the scoring. Who said that it was doubles for Doe? Because he's had absolutely no problem in that department. So if he can up his scoring, then he will be a danger in any match. But it is Blom against Brown here in the 9th match of the day. And the pair are ready. Charlie Corsafine, the referee, is ready. And I'm pretty sure that Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will be ready. They always are.
Controversy, Paul Nicholson, never.
I'll get him back for that. That's the problem when you work with some of your friends. They just know everything about you. But Steve Brown and Moreno Blom looking for their first 2 points of the day. There is an argument, I guess, that this game could be quite arduous, a little bit attritional, but if somebody can just take it by the scruff of the neck, a big win could beckon for one of them. Like we've said about Blom, the doubles aren't a problem. It's all about the scoring. Brown, who started the day on 6 points, is still on 6 points, and he does not want to be on 6 points. Going into round 4, Henry.
It's Moreno to throw first.
Indeed, you just sense that this game could go one way or the other for the pair. As you mentioned, it could be attritional, but it could be, for one of them, a springboard. It could be for Moreno Blom. That's a superb start. Now, we were going through the doubles statistics for Moreno Blom over the course of yesterday and today. He's played 7 matches
55.
and has missed only 3 darts at a double.
I hasten to say,
125.
as he misses the 6th dart right there to leave a shot for a 9-dart attempt, there won't have been anybody in Super Series history
180.
that was missed so little in the way of doubles at this point of a Group A campaign. I'd be
96.
shocked to see that that is the case.
Well, he said the one thing he needs to do is get his scoring act together. He's most certainly done that in this leg, leaving himself on 109 after 9 with the darts. And
117.
credit to Steve Brown.
You require 109.
He's had a maximum in this leg, and he still finds himself behind.
81.
He's going to leave himself
Steve,
double
you require
14
149.
after 12, and you feel this has to go because it feels like a guarantee Blom's going to get the double 14.
Let's just get on with leg 2, shall we? Because it's going to be 1-0 Blom in a second.
59. Moreno, you require
To leave
28.
double 14.
Game shot on the first
eventually.
leg.
Almost made
Moreno
us look
Blom.
silly, Henry.
He's actually missed one.
He's still visit perfect in this game, which is all you can really ask for.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
But that was a really good first leg. 15 darter. And he does have scoring ability. And you do
51.
find with some young players that they have this innate raw talent, but they just need to find a way of being consistent.
125.
And one thing I will say about dart 3 there, because the first 2 were perfect. He was so out of position before he threw that third one. He was travelling. His body was in a different shape. You must stay in position
40.
for all 3 darts. That's why Michael van Gerwen and Phil Taylor and Raymond van Barneveld have been so great.
59.
Because they stay in position for all 3 shots.
Watching him throw sometimes is like watching a jack in the box. Springs up as he releases the dart.
135. 100.
I did have a chat with Charlie when I was making my way up to see Chris after game 5. And he did confirm to me about the pronunciation of his surname. So I said, I'm just going to call you Charlie from now on. Well, to us, there's only one Charlie anyway.
43. Steve, you require 95.
This could be a leg that belongs to Steve Brown if he can get the 95. Shuffle 19. Yet again, double 19 playing a part in this group.
63.
And then decides last starting hand to split with Blom not on a finish.
I like that play a lot. Very similar to what we saw from
81.
Painter on a
Steve,
75 checkout
32.
earlier, where he didn't need the use of double 3. Just plotting your way to the finishing line.
Game shot on the second
leg. He does a very, very good job of that. Steve's been around quite a long time when it comes to playing at the top level. And that, again, shows the ability
third leg, it's Moreno to
plot
throw
your way
third.
through a leg where you don't have to take it with the least amount of darts
58.
all the time. You just have to win the leg.
Problem solving.
Just making sure that you're not coming back for 19.
95.
That has problems attached to it. Let's say he splits the double 19, Henry. He's got 19 left with his next visit. He wants to go for a single 3, of course. But what's left and right? 2 large singles. And when you haven't won a game today, your anxiety levels
43.
and your confidence will be quite low. So you have to just make good choices.
100.
We often say the single number is the hardest one to hit as well.
They shouldn't be. But because of this thing called a brain that we have between our ears and the sports psyche,
60.
They are very difficult to find when pressure is mounted.
Thinking is one of the worst things a darts player
60.
can do.
Who was it who said it in the first Top Gun movie? It was Maverick. You think? You're dead. On a dartboard,
45.
think too much, you'll get frazzled. You got to know what you're doing, and you got to do it in the right moments.
58.
Some of the best dart players of all time, and some of the best dart players of right now, do not overthink matters. That's a really good use of the referee there from Steve
86.
Brown. Now, he hasn't got himself to a finish, but after getting that treble 19, he realised that he may have been on a number where a 19 did not leave a finish, and he was right. So he did the right thing by using the referee, but ultimately the treble 3 did not work out in his way. Now,
Problem solving.
again,
45.
he's just doing the same
Moreno,
thing.
you require 124.
This could be a problem for Steve Brown. Well, I can't believe he's gone that way, Paul.
84. Steve, you require
Especially with Brown on a finish
127.
on 127. And if this goes, and it could well go, he's going to get a dart at bullseye for the ultimate
Moreno,
darting
you require
punishment.
40. Game shot on the
gets away
third
with it.
leg. Moreno Blom.
He gets away with it.
You're going to have to give me at least a minute to figure out why he went for treble 17 on 124. Okay.
Fourth leg, it's Steve
Single
to throw
17
first. Game on.
Leaves 107. Treble 19 bull. I get that. But if you get the 51, you're leaving
31.
73, which is not a single to bull combo. Now, it's the kind of thing I would see from, I don't know, Keegan Brown or possibly a Simon Whitlock when an opponent is not on a finish.
95.
But in that spot, no. That's an F for me. F for failure. You've got to play the right cards.
45.
Funnily enough, I have had a message from Simon Whitlock today saying that my choice of Graham Hunt as best world master is the right one. Well said,
58.
Simon. First Australian world champion. Tony David obviously won Lakeside back in 2002. The first world master from Australia was Graham Hunt. Great player.
70.
Excellent play. And keep in touch with us with your great Masters champions. It's at MSS Darts across our social media feeds.
140.
I have had somebody tweet me and say Mark Dudbridge, good friend of Steve Brown, of course, from the same town of Bristol. A year where Mark Dudbridge beat Raymond van Barneveld on way to the title, where he beat Tony West in the final.
180.
Another player down from that part of the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Tony West from
140.
Hertfordshire, like his brother Steve. Steve's one of my best friends, so I'm not going to say a bad word about him.
99. Moreno
Now,
requires
Moreno,
68.
can you get yourself a 3-1 lead? This will be unfamiliar territory. Oh, I like that one. I love that treble 12 play.
36.
Because if you like double
Steve
16, that's a
requires
very
76.
neglected way of doing a 68.
But he's missed 2 darts in a visit. He's finally presented an opportunity on the doubles to Steve
56.
Brown, but he can't take advantage
Moreno
of the
requires
opportunity.
32.
And so this is for a break.
Game shot on the
for a
fourth
3-1 lead.
leg.
And he's
Moreno
going to have the
Blom.
darts to seal victory. It would only be his second victory in the group, having won his opening game on Monday against the hammer Andy Hamilton.
5th leg. It's Moreno to
He's in a
throw
position
first.
where he is throwing for it. He's got 2 bites at it.
But
maybe he's running towards the finishing line.
Yeah, this is more like it. Average of 88, first maximum.
60.
Doubles percentage is way down at 42%. Highest checkout of 40. Something has clicked for
135.
Marino since that Kevin Painter match. I just wonder if there's a bit of adrenaline flowing.
The wheels are turning, aren't they?
There may be a lot of our audience watching today who are waiting for the next match, which is
57.
Hamilton versus Heneghan, both on 12 points. And that will be the conclusion of 2/3 of our action, but is that game coming after the next 3 darts?
Moreno require
Yeah, the last 3
129.
darts from Steve Brown. Miraculously, in this
64.
match, Henry, Steve has had 4 180s, and he's 3-1 down.
Funny old game.
136. Moreno requires 65.
Seal the 4-1 win. Gonna get 1 dart. At top,
45.
step back to compose himself. It
Steve
doesn't go.
require
And this
40.
could be a turning point. Double 10.
Game shot
For
on the
14
fifth leg.
dart breaker
Steve
throw for Steve Brown. And it is still game on here. It actually makes things very interesting indeed. Steve Brown has the darts at 3-2. If he can get it back level to
3-3,
3-3,
Steve to throw
we're now
first.
going to see what's happening upstairs at Moreno Blom, how he's going to react to that.
60.
I think there's a bit of dancing going on the stage, you know, Henry. I'm trying to assess the behaviours of the
100.
players. Now, when I'm playing on an hockey like this, I constantly stand over the right shoulder of a right-handed player.
140.
I like them to have space behind them so they can move. But we have this yellow exclusion zone on this stage
57.
here to make sure that the players know where they can be and when they can't be. But there's a lot of traffic jams on this stage. There's a lot
100.
of get out of my way activity going on. I always like to, when I play, make sure that that doesn't happen by standing
140.
a little bit more to the right to give the player the space that they crave. I don't like to get involved in all of that nonsense. But I think there's a bit of posturing happening between some of these players.
105.
The tables seem to be a turning. Steve Brown's left 96
92.
after
Steve
12. And it looks like he's put the
96.
turbo boost on at the perfect time. He's going to get 2 darts at
Game
double
shot on the
18. Only
sixth
needs the
leg.
1 dart.
Steve
And that's a
Brown.
14 darter. Steve Brown has hit the straps at the perfect time. Big leg coming up here for Moreno Blom. He has the
Moreno to
darts
throw first.
to secure what would be only his second victory. And a couple of legs ago, it looked like a
40.
foregone conclusion. It's definitely not now. In fact, we have a new favourite.
46.
Around about the end of leg 4, Steve went back to the table for a sip of water and slapped his thigh.
57.
Not in anger, but just frustration. Probably with the thought process that he was going to lose the match, but the ability for him to fight back just tells you a lot about what Steve
100.
can do. when his back's against the wall.
You just look at his face when he went to the oche last time out. There was a snarl, there was a focus, there's a belief, there's a flow.
Look at the eyes. They aren't blinking and they are staring through that board. A sheer refusal to be beaten in this point.
26.
Now that he's got this position, he wants to use it.
He's going to get 6 from 220.
40.
He's going to need 9 potentially. He's hoping it's only 4.
140.
Hold on. Have we got one final twist, one final move?
That's a good dart from Steve.
140.
Because it ensures that he can't bust the score. And this is where the 3 or 4 seconds that you get between these throws is vital. Stay in rhythm, stay positive, find the target, win the match.
Steve
Brown. A match that he
Brown.
maybe should have lost is a match that he wins. And he gets himself to 8 points in the table. His first win of the day, for me, is one of his best ones. A decent average, good checkouts, a consistent performance throughout, but he did dodge bullets in the middle of that one. Moreno Blom, better, but not good enough. It's Brown who wins that one by 4 legs to 3. But that big heavyweight battle of Hamilton and Heneghan, that's coming after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a top of the table tungsten tussle now between Hamilton and Heneghan. Both players have won all of their matches so far today. Well, before Paul and Henry talk you through that one, let's just have a quick recap of the previous match. And it was Boomerang Brown as Steve came from behind to get the better of Blom, struggling still at the foot of the table, and was in a good position in that game, but Brown bounced back and took the win. There was some interesting decision-making in that one from Moreno Blom as well, as Paul Nicholson explained in commentary on one of the checkout attempts there, and his brilliant finishing. Well, it eluded him in that match, didn't it? And Brown managed to take the points. And how it affects the league table is like this. Steve Brown now on 8 points, along with Adam Smith-Neale, the former world master, and this pair that are about to play, Conor Heneghan and Andy Hamilton. Well, they are flying at the top, and it is looking like a real battle between those two to make it through to finals night as the outright winner of Group A. Who knows, this match could be decisive. The pair will, of course, play again one final time tomorrow, but a huge game in prospect here between Hamilton and Heneghan. Now, before we get into this one, the boys in the commentary box have been posing you a question about who's their favourite World Master. Well, I'm going to ask them a question, put them on the spot. We've had 11 World Masters that have played here at the MODUS Super Series, and the task is for Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon to name them all. See if you can do that, boys.
Thanks, Murph. That's going to be quite the task.
I consider myself right on the spot. I'm sure we can get through them. Well, I'm going to start with Adam Smith-Neale because he's playing today. So that gets one of them.
Pen and paper at the ready.
Well, we know that Andy Hamilton has never won the World Masters. He's been in major finals. But who knows what Conor Heneghan could do in his young career. 23-year-old from Roundfort, as you can see. WDF Europe Boys Champion.
First leg, it's Andy to throw
title
first.
And gone on to do great
Game
things.
On.
Here goes this heavyweight battle then. So, the winner of these 2 points over the best of 7 legs here will go to 14 points. And will crucially create a gap at the top.
134.
The number 1 position and the number 3 position of 6 points. You just heard Chris Murphy talking about a possible
60.
2-horse race. That is what we could have by the end of the day.
Most definitely. You sense this is the most crucial game of the day for players just below this, as well as the players involved.
140.
A fantastic start. Randy Hamilton.
140.
134 followed by 140 in his first 2 visits to the board. Heneghan following up with a 140 of his own.
You do see a few dart players with shiny earrings these days, don't
39.
you? Robert Thornton's always had one. Andy's always had one. But I don't think there's anybody out there who has earrings as dangly in the men's game as Dirk van
66.
Duijvenbode. But we have seen earrings from the likes of Anastasia Dobromislova. She's a former world master. Stick that on your list, Henry. Former UK Open
94.
finalist, of course, Andy. Former Grand Slam finalist. Former World Championship finalist. And I suppose when he goes to sleep at night and he sometimes thinks of his career,
100.
how much
And
he
he
would have coveted
required
just getting
94.
one of them to be recognised as a champion of something. And that's something that Kevin Painter can stare at on the mantelpiece. Double top.
Game shot on the
Oh, how
first
pretty
leg.
was that?
Andy Hamilton.
He had a double 18 earlier today, Henry, where it was right in the middle. I almost got my camera out and took a picture of it. It was that pretty.
Second leg, it's
That
Conor
double
to
top was
throw
just as good.
first.
Right in the middle.
You can tell a player's on song when they're in it right in the centre of the bed.
96.
Tell they're feeling it. Hamilton's feeling it today. We always say there's going to be a player on Tuesday that makes the charge, and at the minute he looks as if he's going to be the one to do so. He can open up a 2-point gap on Heneghan with victory here, but then
99.
open up subsequent gaps to Adam Smith-Neale. That'd be a 4-point gap, and then 6-point gap on Adam Smith-Neale, then subsequent 8-point gaps on Painter and Brown.
140.
Like Chris Murphy mentioned before this game began, they will play it one more time tomorrow. And that will be in
140.
checking the schedule for tomorrow, actually, to see when it will be. Conor's last match tomorrow will be against Moreno Blom. You just wonder if it's going to get to that. Because match 11 tomorrow,
133.
the game after this one, will be Hamilton-Heneghan. So I suppose we all want them to be on the same points going into that game. At the very worst, 2 points between them. That would make things very, very interesting indeed.
56.
It would create
Conor, you
carnage.
require 132.
Good about carnage. Conor Heneghan wants to pop open the champagne, but he didn't have to go for the bullseye route. With Hamilton not on a finish, he will go for the double
120.
six on the back of the two double 20s. He will return for double six after 12 to respond to Hamilton's starting kind.
It was a really aggressive effort, that, from Conor. You consider
56.
the possibility
Conor,
of
you
leaving
require
double 3
12.
here, which nobody likes. He might have been wise to stay away from double 6.
6.
That couldn't have gone much
And
worse,
do you require
unfortunately,
150?
for the young man. Hamilton's dreaming of a first start in the top bin of the 60. You'll take that one. Oh, but look at the deflection off the previous shot.
98. Conor, you require 6.
Almost gets a shot at double 15.
Second dart was so good the first dart was so good it deflected the second. Now Heneghan's only really got the left-hand corner to aim at, and that's what he gets.
Conor Heneghan.
And he would have felt a pinch if Hamilton nicked that one because he was in full command of that second leg. It is a holder piece, it's a legger piece in this crucial battle
Third leg, it's
at the
handy to
top
throw
end of
first.
Group
Game on.
A.
So, while we've got time, who have you got on your list for the former World Masters who have played in the Super Series darts then?
So I've got Smith, Neale,
Got you?
Ashton,
Okay, she played last week.
123.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Thornton,
Obviously.
Adams,
Goes without saying.
40.
John O'Shea,
Ooh, that's a good one.
Anastasia Dobomislova,
I'll take credit for that one.
Dieter Hedman.
Yes.
That is,
I know you're missing Mark
39.
Goodrich.
yes, that's now 9.
Sure, Richie Burnett won the World Masters, didn't he?
Must have.
He must have done. Probably back in
125.
1994 when he was the best player in the world. But somebody who works in our production crew has been talking to me about Les Wallace today.
Yes.
So Les Wallace, the guy who won the World Masters, didn't even know it when he hit the last double against Alan Warner Little.
140.
He just thought he won the leg, when in fact he'd won the title. But there you go. Les Wallace, what a legend. Plays in a jumper. Still.
125.
On those hot stages, that takes some doing. Seen him this year, part of the seniors setup at the World Championships and at the World Masters.
He didn't do too badly, actually. He went up there with a bit of
40.
anxiety and a bit of nerves, but it's good to just see someone well and still enjoying the game. We've seen that from... Oh, I've just had another one pop in my head.
133.
Colin Monk.
What an answer. What an answer.
Well, Andy's left himself on 159. We've seen a couple of bogey numbers left today. And we've talked a lot about how certain players like Painter and Brown
39.
have made good
Conor
choices.
requires 78.
Leaving 159 for Andy may be costly because it looks like Heneghan's getting a shot at tops.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
beautifully
third
done.
leg. Conor
And
Heneghan.
I don't want to talk about that double top hit. I want to talk about that single. That high single with the flight out of the way. That's about as good as a single as he could
Fourth leg,
possibly
it's Conor
find.
to throw
That
first.
is a great
Game
break
on.
of throw.
We should coin it the gurney.
The person who taught me that is Luke Humphreys, because his stems are longer than everybody
84.
else's. And I asked him once, on a personal level, what is a good single 20 for you on a 60 checkout? And he said, where the wire of my single dart is under the top's wire.
26.
So he wants the dart as north as possible so that he can just get past it and not have to worry about the flight. It's exactly the same for Conor Heneghan.
180.
And if he does half of what Humphries has done already, he's in for a good time over the next few years.
Could see some good finals. They both match up. And the match up here,
96.
close to backing the break he accrued in the last leg up with a hold.
45.
He won't like that one. But he does have quite a bit in the tank. And he's struggling a little bit scoring-wise in this game. Not so much struggling on
90.
the whole, but maybe struggling to keep up with Conor. This isn't just a battle of two players on 12 points in the table, but overall in Group A.
45.
This is to see who remains undefeated today, because they've both won 3 from 3.
As things stand, it looks as if it's Heneghan who's going to get one step closer to an awesome foursome here on day 2 in Group A.
57. Conor, you
And
require 147.
It looks as if he's going to get 6 from 147. All about setting it up nicely from here. Going to do that
97.
now. He's himself on 50 upon his return for a 3-1 lead.
There's been a lot made of leaving 50 in the last few days, with Peter Wright hitting a bullseye with 3 darts in hand against Dimitri Vandenberg in Jena on
42.
Sunday night.
Conor, you
The
require
German
50.
Darts Open Championship title. He doesn't do anything like that. But does he win the leg?
18.
Not yet.
If you're going to miss on the outside wire. That's what he's done.
I've noticed that Andy Hamilton's wearing a smartwatch.
96.
I wonder how many
Conor, you
steps he's done
require
today.
32.
Dart players do a lot of walking. Is Conor running towards the
James on the
finishing line,
fourth
because
leg.
he's a lot closer
Conor
to it than
Heneghan.
Andy is. 3-1, and he leaves the hammer shaking his head right now. There's something I said to Matthew Edgar yesterday, Henry, and it was
5th
when
leg, it's Andy to throw
people,
first.
doesn't matter
Game
what they're
on.
doing, feel like they need help, they always look up. And what was Andy doing right there? He was looking up. And the only person who can help him right now is himself.
Looking up to the heavens, looking for some divine inspiration. Well, that
135.
visit will most certainly help. And it's interesting when you look at Heneghan's day. Yes, he could go 4 from 4 here. But you look at the
100.
doubling. That has caused him some woes at times, but his scoring power has been so good that it's afforded him the opportunities.
He's been there for the taking, but nobody seems to be able to take him out. He's actually quite evasive. What he does
60.
always seems to be enough. You could classify it as a bit of a James Wade quality. He's not playing his best A-grade level of darts.
96.
But what he is doing is constantly winning. What a fantastic thing to have.
The Hino.
Well, I know a Hino is a car. It's a small truck, I believe. I used to see a lot of those in
32.
Australia. They were good for lugging building supplies around. But he's got to get a better nickname than that. I'm not having him called Hino for the rest of his
60.
career. Come on, Conor, you can do better than that.
All suggestions welcomed.
I'll think of something. I had a little chat with Moreno Blom, actually, yesterday morning. I asked him, alongside yourself, about whether he
100.
had a nickname, and he said no. I said, nicknames are given to you. You don't think of them. Something needs to happen to you for you to acquire a
99.
nickname. Like Jackpot. If you don't know the story behind Adrian Lewis's Jackpot nickname, then where have you been the last 15 years? Doesn't take a scientist to work out why Andy's called the Hammer. But it's a decent nickname. It's got something about it.
It's got substance. It's got something to work.
134.
Similar to Kevin
Conor, you
Painter.
require
We know why he's called the
146.
artist, but it just works. Will this 146 work for Heneghan? No, it won't. So Hamilton will return for tops of 3-2.
99. Andy, you require 40.
Heneghan back on 47 for the match.
Game show on the 5th
And again,
leg.
the confidence on the doubles continues for Andy Hamilton. He's actually 2 from 2 on the checkouts in this game. It's been the scoring power that's eluded him the opportunities at double. But this is the leg for Conor Heneghan. He has the darts to seal a 4-2 victory against the Hammer and to open up a gap 58 at the top of this Group A table.
I suppose the consolation, because they've both had excellent days so far, is that at worst, they're just going to be 2 points behind. And they still have a battle
100
against each other to come tomorrow, albeit. Andy will finish his campaign today against Moreno Blom. And Heneghan has got Painter to look forward to in match 14.
Get the sense that the players in the bottom 3 now could play the role of spoilers in this group. It's around this part of the day where we see
83
the detachment of Group A, where the situation as to whether winning the group or trying to play for third becomes very apparent.
43.
The only person who hasn't won today is Blom. And I'm pitching my tent and I'm saying that he's already out of it. Painter is going to be 8 points behind going into the next match against Steve Brown, which will be in match 12. But I'm still saying that Neale's got a chance. But he's going to have to be really, really good from here on out.
96.
Definitely has to win the lot today. I think that goes without saying.
Might need some help as well. And the biggest results may have to come against these two. Neale has got Steve Brown and Blom left. 2 wins there would get him to 12.
100.
And if he's within 4 points tomorrow, a perfect day might be good enough because he could take these both out.
Indeed, but it may have to be with a big margin, though, against Heneghan because he has such an advantage at the top of the table in terms of legs difference. Well, we saw Kevin Painter get this yesterday. Andy Hamilton may need this to stay in the match. It was actually a similar situation for Painter when he had that 158 out. He needed it to stay in the game. Because Heneghan's going to return
41.
for 1-2-4 to seal it.
124.
With it, he's placed outright at the top of the group.
Did you notice he didn't go for treble 17? You went the right way, Conor.
56. Andy, you require 117.
Okay. Skin saving time. Gettable out. Only 1 treble required. Not that one, and that's a nightmare. 102 can't be completed in 2 darts.
Conor, you require 68.
Collective groan amongst the Hammer Time fans as Heneghan is staring at 2 match darts.
Game,
and only needs the 1.
And the match.
20
Conor
darts
Heneghan
is good enough to book his 4-2 win. And it's him who will get to 14 points. He will stay undefeated after 10 matches played today. There you see the statistics. Actually, one of Conor's worst performances over the last couple of days. But he was given too many chances, wasn't he? And look at Hamilton. 2 attempts, hit them both. But like Moreno Blom this week, just didn't get to the doubles quick enough. We aren't far away from Neale against Blom. And that will come in match 11 after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Paul Nicholson has joined me. Paul, because there's plenty to talk about. First of all, just after you joined me before, there was a bit of a moment between Moreno Blom, who's playing next, and Kevin Painter. The whys and wherefores we're not sure about, but do you think that affected Kevin Painter in the next match? Because he lost it 4-0, and he only had a couple of games, really, to try and cool down.
Yeah, I think it must have. His performance level did drop by at least 10, 12 points. So maybe if something was said between himself and his opponent, or something happened on the stage, then it has affected him in some way. But strangely, it seemed to fire Moreno up in his next match. He played a lot better, especially in the scoring phase. Ultimately, he didn't get the win, though. So I think we have to see what happens from here on out.
Yeah, from my position, I'm watching at the back of the stage and didn't see anything untoward in the game, but it was Blom who didn't shake Kevin Painter's hand, and Kevin took exception to that. I'm sure it'll all be sorted out now. But since then, we've seen a really important match, haven't we, between Heneghan and Hamilton, that has seen Conor Heneghan move to the top of the table.
Yeah, Conor was doing what he's been doing for the last couple of days, just playing some really consistent stuff. But when you look at the doubles percentage for Andy, it tells a story that seems to be following certain players around this week. They're just not getting enough chances. And Andy seemed to lose his range on the treble 20 on a consistent basis for the first time this week. And it could cost him big, but like I said in commentary, they've got another battle tomorrow and they've still got another game today. So let's see what they can do before the end of Tuesday first.
We've just seen the table. You said you still think it might be a 3-horse race with Adam Smith-Neale, who's playing next, still in contention.
I think so. I think with Adam having 2 games against those top 2 tomorrow, they will be key for him, but he can't forget about the 2 games he's got left. And if he can go away with another 4 points today, he will definitely be in the mix for Wednesday.
And it was a win for Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon as well. They did very well with that World Masters question. In fact, I fluffed it because he's actually 12 and not 11. I'll post the answer on social media and we'll get it retweeted by the MODUS Super Series page as well. But Paul, commentary duties again for you. And one of those World Masters is on the stage right now. Adam Smith-Neale about to take on Moreno Blom. Over to Henry.
Indeed, thank you very much, Murph. I think me and Paul have set up our team for University Challenge. We'll only connect. So, next up, Adam Smith-Neale against Moreno Blom. Big game this for Adam Smith-Neale. You feel that this stage of the campaign, it's must win for him. He's now 6 points behind Conor Heneghan at the top of Group A, 4 behind Andy Hamilton, but he can bring the gap back down to 2 if he can claim victory here against the Dutchman. And then later on in the day, Adam Smith-Neale will take on in his final match Steve Brown. So big couple of games coming up then for the man that
first
Nico
leg,
has
it's Adam to throw
ASN.
first. Game on.
And it is he who has the darts and the odd numbers legged. Moreno Blom, it's about trying to keep himself in the race to get into Group B.
134
of today's action.
41.
Yeah, big game for Adam. He's expected to win this one because Moreno's only picked
47.
up 1 victory so far. And that was in his very first match yesterday morning.
140.
But I don't think there's a shortage of confidence on this stage, even though they're not the top dogs so far in this group. That's what you tend to find with some young players.
100.
Even in defeat, they still think they're good enough, which I suppose isn't a bad thing, but you
44.
just have to temper yourself at certain times and realise that there are other qualities that can get you over the line, not just a bit of brashness. I think that might be something
30.
that Adam Smith-Neale is starting to learn. Early in his career, a lot of people think he was too confident, maybe overconfident.
59.
But I think that over the next 2 or 3 years, we will judge this former world master on what he does going forward as opposed to what he's done before.
174.
Most definitely. And talking about going forward, he's all the way forward
45.
towards winning that
Adam,
first
you
leg,
require
courtesy of the
60.
Dundat. Double 8. Now down to double 2. Now this could get awkward.
Game shot on the first
No, it's not,
leg.
because he
Adam
pins it
Smith-Neale.
last start in hand. Adam Smith-Neale opens up a 1-0 lead against Moreno Blom in Next to no time at all.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw
We're
first.
mentioning in the introduction how crucial this is to Adam Smith-Neale, because the 2 games that he has left
59.
in his day, he will fancy his chances of picking up the points.
180.
Talk about confidence. Use it here.
100.
Now, can he follow up? Can you, Adam?
That was so unfortunate.
140.
You can see what Dart 3 did there, just nestling under. But it must have hit the top end of the barrel just to bounce
100.
away into the small 20. 6 finely thrown shots here from Adam Smith-Neale.
You know the importance of a game. One or two things can happen. You either raise your game to
55.
stratospheric levels or you feel tense. Well, it's the former at the minute for the former World Masters
140.
champion.
Adam, you require 126.
And this 1-2-6 against the throw may have to go, because we know how good Moreno Blom's been in the finishing department so far this week. The bullseye.
93. Moreno, you require 102.
Gives himself a dart at
87.
double 15 after starting
Adam,
on the
you require
18s and staying
33.
there.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that's very
Adam
good
Smith-Neale.
behaviour there from ASN, because you don't find yourself on 33 very often. And you don't practice a 33
Third
checkout
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
at all. You've got to remain positive in taking out those somewhat unlikely shots. I think we
41.
have seen enough evidence over the last couple of days, Henry. You've been up in the gantry where Murph is today and in the commentary box with me today, which
140.
you'll be in plenty with me this week. I feel sorry for you. But we've noted that Blom is unconventional when it comes to the checkouts. He's
100.
bamboozling me. He's bamboozling the spotter, who's a former countdown champion.
93.
We're going to figure you out by the end of the week, Moreno. Don't you worry about that. We'll figure you out. We figured out Eric Claris. We figured out some of the shots that Barry Van Peer can do.
140.
There's nothing bamboozles us in the end.
Finally, something more difficult than trying to calculate
64.
867 with 4 bigs and 2 smalls.
That's chicken feed compared to what some of the stuff Moreno's done this week.
60.
As you mentioned, Smith-Neale has hit the straps in this game, averaging 91 and a half.
Adam, you require
Looking quite
160.
comfortable in doing so as well.
He's had a bit of a break since his last match. And he's looking at tops.
Game shot on
And
the
that
third
break may
leg.
have served him
Adam
well.
Smith-Neale.
Biggest finish of the week so far from ASN. That is a world-class shot. Takes his average towards the 96 mark, and you can see how much he enjoyed
Fourth
that
leg,
one.
it's Moreno throwing first.
His last game was a 4-1 defeat to Heneghan. And a nice
40.
three-game break coming into this, so he might be feeling refreshed. And you mentioned the nutritional aspect and hydration aspect of doing a campaign here
100.
in a Group A day. It might have been the perfect time after that 7th game for Adam to just have a little bite to eat,
96.
take a little break, and then get on the practice board after a little bit of a saunter around just to get some blood pumping in the legs.
And sometimes mentally you just need 5
140.
minutes away. Just have some lunch, restock, refuel. Can do you the world of good.
Have a lot
100.
of water as well. It hasn't been particularly cold the last couple of days. It's been quite muggy, in fact, in this area where we have the Modus Live Lounge.
95.
So it's really important to get lots of water in your body to give you that clarity of thought.
83.
Dehydration just makes you feel a little bit cloudy.
Well, he's clear in thought, clear in mind, and
96.
clear in terms of legs. And he could be clearing his way towards the victory line.
83. Adam, you require
Because
70.
Moreno Blom's left 99. 1 dart. He should have had at tops, but
19.
doesn't. And even then, with the last
Moreno,
dart,
you
goes into
require
the double
99.
2.
Morbid curiosity to see what he's going to do here. He could have gone
19.
anywhere
Adam, you
for that
require
99, but
51.
stupidly, he went for a second double top when he missed the board. That was a bad play from Moreno Blom.
33.
Oh, it's another double that he didn't want.
Moreno, you require
He's trying to break
80.
his own record of 3 doubles to win a leg.
Well, he's gone tops again. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
What on earth
leg.
is going on
Moreno
here?
Blom.
What on earth is happening here at the Super Series?
I'd like to say that's unconventional
leg, it's
behaviour,
Adam to
but for
throw
Moreno,
first.
it's not. Secondly, he's not the only person who would have done that. If you think about Richard North, another player
99.
who was from the Hampshire area of England, he would have done exactly the same. So for us to pigeonhole
43.
Moreno as someone who would only do that, that would be wrong. Northie would have done it. And some others would have done it too. I've seen Gary Anderson do that to me.
100.
And a lot of others.
At this point, we're better off going full board, aren't we? We just don't know where we're going.
57.
Now, the good news for Moreno is it keeps him in the match, keeps him interested. Here's the bad news.
92.
He's quite far behind. Smith Neale missing that shot at double 16 and hitting the
81.
double 7. Squandering a couple of match chances. He wants more. His leg difference currently stands
78.
at all square. He's 16 legs behind Conor Heneghan at the top.
180.
That needs to change.
Adam, you require 132.
They may be getting to the stage where he really does need to win this match by 4 legs to 1.
But interesting again, Adam Smith Neale
58.
went
Moreno,
for the triple
require
20 on the
140.
132. He's saying to Moreno Blom he's not going to take this 140, and the way he's been finishing, that's a
44.
dangerous tack.
Adam, you require 74.
Turns out he was right. How right is Adam? That leaves 41. That doesn't.
Game,
was that
shots, and the match.
Ooh.
Adam Smith
That one
Neale.
only just snuck in the bottom left corner. That was a really interesting game. Blom had no answer to the 89.89 average of Adam Smith Neale, and for the second consecutive match, we have 44% on the doubles for the winner, this time with the darts, the highest checkout of the week, 160, found by the former world master, and he gets himself into double figures and points on the table as he joins Hamilton and Heneghan, but he's on 10 points, the others on 12 and 14. More coming your way after this. It's Brown versus Painter.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen another good performance from the former World Master Adam Smith-Neale. He's got the better of Moreno Blom, who's having a bit of a tough time here at the MODUS Live Lounge so far. There were some unorthodox checkout attempts once again, some interesting decisions in that match, but Adam Smith-Neale ultimately coming through that brilliant 160 checkout, the highlight for him. 4 out of 9 on his doubles as well. Blom, once again, just not getting enough opportunities at doubles, partly because his scoring has not been as high as the other 5 players in the field, but also, as Paul and Henry have talked about, and I'm sure will continue to talk about, by some of his decision-making, not giving himself the best chances to even get to doubles. So a 4-1 win for Smith-Neale in that one. And attention now turns to a match between Kevin Painter and Steve Brown. If we take a look at the league table, we'll see that both Brown and Painter at 4th and 5th. An outside chance still for the pair of them, for whoever wins this match, maybe to be in contention for that top spot and finals night on Monday, but maybe more realistically fighting it out for places in Group B, which does carry the advantage, of course, of having 3 places for finals night from 5 in the group in comparison to Group C, which is 2 from 6. It looks like Blom is destined to be there, but it is Brown against Painter in this one, and Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. And you just sense this is a game where we're going to find out where Steve Brown's destiny is going to be over the course of the next couple of games. Currently on 8 points, a victory would put him on 10 alongside Adam Smith-Neale, give him more than a chance to make an assault for the top position come the end of play on Wednesday. But defeats here, Kevin Painter be level on points of him, and then you would feel as if their battles will be as to who can get into the top 3.
We are getting to the stage where somebody might know where they're playing on Thursday and Friday already. I think as far as Moreno Blom's concerned, I don't see him getting inside the top 3 now. You mentioned that word spoiler.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I'll be interested to see what he does when he plays against Andy Hamilton after this, because Hamilton could really use a 4th win of the day just to keep pace with Conor Heneghan.
59.
But as far as these two are concerned, we can talk about it being a battle of the household because they're staying with each other this week. I suppose I'm glad it's just not the last game because you mentioned earlier, Henry, that you tend to think about the last game the most for the rest of the day. And yesterday, it was Steve Brown that won by 4 legs to 3. It wasn't a massively brilliant game. The reason I say it that way is because Painter did have a 136 checkout in there.
140.
But the averages weren't north of 82. It was a bit of an up and down contest.
Remember rightly, Painter had 2 ton pluses in that
125.
match. And he had to because he was being completely outscored by Brown. Well, in this opening leg, that picture's the opposite way round.
100.
Going to be Painter who's going to get 6 darts to the double.
54.
What's fascinating to me is that if you look at Kevin Painter when he made the world final, and even when he played before that, he was still using these types of stems.
60. Kevin, you require 138.
As much over the last few years because he was sponsored by a different company, but he's gone back to these ones, which used to be called Alamo stems, where they have a metallic top. When you put the flight
86.
inside the prongs of that stem, it really grips them, and they don't fall out.
We'll have a chat about that in just a second because we are at the latter ends of this opening leg and Painter requiring 52 to take it. Well, B for an opening leg hold. Tops is the MO.
12.
And Topsy misses, and it allows an opportunity here for Steve Brown to break at the earliest possible opportunity. 2 at double 16. Now up for double 8.
40. Kevin, you require 40.
Was well inside, so Painter does return for Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
This time.
Kevin Painter.
And Kevin Painter does take the opener, despite Steve Brown having 2 darts. to win the opening leg.
Second leg, it's
Kevin
Steve to
Painter,
throw
the king
first.
of the ironic smile. When he hits that double top, he looks at the board as if to say, "Oh, where have you been all day?"
140.
Phrasing you used there, Henry, the MO, which stands for modus operandi. We're at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
There's something in that.
It's like we think about it, isn't it? Just going back to that chat we had in the last leg, and you were mentioning about Kevin's equipment.
40.
When he's in the position that he's in his part of his career, and he's looking to try and rediscover the form of a few years ago in this MODUS setup here at the Super Series, is going back
100.
to a setup which you know has given you success in the past the way to go?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
58.
You could say the same about myself or another player saying, why don't you use the equipment you used when you were at your best? But your throw, as
44.
proven by Philip Taylor and some others, it evolves throughout the course of time. Your stance will change microscopically. Your grip will change microscopically. So you have to evolve the equipment with how your throw evolves. It just so happens that Kevin has gone back
73.
to a stem that he used to use. He's using the pear-shaped flight, which he predominantly has used in his career anyway. But his barrel has changed many different times over the last 30 years. But predominantly he uses quite a short barrel. At the moment, he's using a knurled
100.
version. And by knurled,
Kevin,
I
you
mean
require
it's got
117.
some grinded grip on it. That just seems to give him an extra bit of purchase when he's throwing every dart. He's going with these right now, but don't be
93.
surprised if
Steve,
he
you
uses the
require
smoother set at some
90.
point this week.
Well, Steve Brown will be hoping that this 90 goes smoothly. Oh, what a first dart that is for Tops.
50.
But the Tops doesn't go, and
Kevin, you require
he's missed
24.
2 darts a leg in both the legs so far, and Kevin Painter
Game shot on
for
the second
break of
leg.
four opens
Kevin
up a
Painter.
2-0 lead. There was no issues with grip with that dart, and Kevin Painter is halfway towards the victory line. It could be a defeat for Steve Brown, which ends his chances
Third
possibly
leg,
of
it's
winning
Kevin
Group
to
A.
throw first.
And you sense if Painter can get onto 8 points alongside Brown, these two will be jostling it out for trying to get third spot tomorrow. But of course,
140.
Adam Smith-Neale is in the hunt for top spot, and he's the man who currently occupies that position.
And Smith-Neale finishes his campaign against Steve Brown
135.
in match 15. Brown could be out of the running for the title of Group A champion by the end
45.
of Tuesday.
Big moments coming up here for the man from Bristol.
60.
And the door is just open there a little bit, but he's handed the initiative back to Painter.
You don't see as many dart players these days wearing big
140.
rings and big bracelets. I was always really flummoxed by the dart players that would throw with massive jewellery on their hands. But if you look at Kevin's left
99.
hand, he's got a bit of old school bling on there. But not on the throwing arm. There's no additional grammage there. We hear a lot
140.
about dart players who like to change things ever so slightly, half a gram here, a quarter of a gram there. By changing what's on your hand as well, actually adds to the weight you're throwing. So if you put a
Kevin,
ring
you
on your
require
finger or a
36.
bracelet on, it's the equivalent of changing the entire barrel. That's why you won't see much in the way of jewellery on most players' wrists and hands, but it's double 14 missed. I bet he wasn't expecting
Steve,
to
you
go for
require
that part of the
67.
board in that visit. It could hand a nice opportunity to Steve. 18, leaves Tops.
27.
Bit of a gift, but couldn't unwrap it.
Kevin, you
Steve Brown
require
has had the
28.
opportunity to win all 3 legs in this game.
Game
And by
shot on the
virtue
third
of
leg.
missing them,
Kevin
he
Painter.
finds himself 3 legs down to Kevin Painter, who is racing away with this game, an 88.4 average as well.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
When you look at the
first.
scoring
Game on.
stats, if you take away the solitary maximum that Painter's got, they're dead level on ton plus throws, they're dead level on ton 40 throws. It's been in the doubling department where
58.
Painter's 3 from 8 and Brown's 0 from 5, which has made the crucial difference.
You could say, Henry, that it's a bit of an unfair result. It doesn't really reflect the match. But do you see Kevin Painter complaining?
96.
Oh, no.
Be quite harsh to call him opportunist and cheap because he's played more than his part in the
100.
game. But sometimes you have to rely on the errors from the opponent, and if you take them, does it matter?
It's all part and parcel of the game. We talked about
43.
that mantra of "How's your look, Kev?" following Kevin Painter around his career. It's almost a joke now whenever it is uttered.
100.
Well, the fact of the matter is, throughout an entire career of over 30 years, which Kevin has had, you're going to be taking advantage of misses of your opponent a lot of the time.
140.
They miss, you hit. If you do that most of the time, you'll have a great career. And he has had a great career.
All about timing.
59.
And in a few darts' time, Kevin Painter may be wrapping up a 4-0 victory. He's got 6 from the Richie Beno score, 2-2-2.
140.
He's nailed the 140 to leave 82.
I think Richie Beno would have made a great darts commentator.
60.
We don't have
Kevin, you
Googlies, we don't
require
have flippers,
82.
but we do get the odd 82 checkout. Ooh, that's a Yorker. Is this a corker?
Game,
You bet
shots,
it is. It's a
and the
4-0
match.
win for Painter.
Kevin Painter.
Who averages over 91 in that contest. He's not only done his points tally a bit of good, he's done his confidence the world of good. A real rebound from his previous performance where he lost 4-0 to Andy Hamilton. 91.09 with 40% on the checkouts. It's a really, really good stock display from the seasoned England international. But Brown, he could be out of it after that 4-0 drubbing. We've got round number 5 coming your way after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Kevin Painter power past Steve Brown. A big win for the artist in his bid to make it into Group B, or even better than that. But for Steve Brown, well, the damage was done, wasn't it, in the first 3 legs of that match. Missed doubles in each of them, and Kevin Painter took full advantage, going on to average 10 points more than Brown. 5 140s and a 180 in there for him, and a strong performance, bouncing back from defeats in his last match. And the effects on the Group A table are that Painter and Brown are now level on 8 points. Adam Smith-Neale on 10, Andy Hamilton on 12, but Conor Heneghan has hit the front after beating Hamilton, the first defeat inflicted on the hammer today, and Heneghan has the potential now to go and make it a clean sweep of wins. Moreno Blom, though, well, it's not looking good for him, bottom of the table on 2 points, and he is in action next against Andy Hamilton. But that only victory did come against the hammer yesterday. Paul Nicholson said in commentary, could he be a bit of a spoiler again for Andy Hamilton? Well, we're about to find out. Just incidentally, by the way, that match between Kevin Painter and Steve Brown you've just seen, it's 15 years this week since they played their first match. That was over in Chicago, believe it or not. Well, for this pair behind me, it's exactly 24 hours since they played their first match. That was here in Portsmouth, and we're going to see the second one now between Hamilton and Blom, with Henry and Paul talking you through it.
Thanks, Murph. That was a great segue. We were talking about that first meeting between Brown and Painter yesterday at the Windy City Open, which used to be a PDC ranking event. But 24 hours removed from their first meeting of these two, and it is a meeting that maybe Andy would like to forget. But maybe, Henry, he can use it as motivation to try and get himself on 14 points going into Wednesday, where he's definitely going to be in the fray for the Group A title.
Every player knows their record against every player. And Andy Hamilton will not want that 0 next to his name any longer against Moreno Blom. And if he can get a victory in this one, it would
First
put
leg,
him
it's
onto
Moreno to throw
14
first.
points
Game
level with
on.
Conor Heneghan. And Heneghan has Painter next to. Looks as if he's playing his way into some form. This could be a crucial game for the hammer.
60.
But just going back to that meeting between Painter and Brown, I was 7 when they first met.
The door's right there. Just behind you. Turn right. And there's another door about 10 yards away. Leave this place.
134.
It's okay. I can stomach your presence for the rest of the week, Henry. We like you here at the Super Series. But right now, when you're on the stage, you try and create this little bubble for yourself. One more job to do for the day. And I suspect,
57.
I don't know how you feel about this, Henry, but if you'd have offered Andy Hamilton 14
100
points by the end of Tuesday, I think he would have taken that.
Absolutely. And he knew on 14 points, no matter what happens around him, he's going to be in the mix come Wednesday. Even if he does lose this one, 12's not a bad figure to be on, but it gives you work to do tomorrow.
99.
Get yourself to 14. Leave the building before anybody else. And let them stress it out with one more game to play. It'll be Heneghan against Painter, and we know that Heneghan's going to have his hands full because Painter's just fluffed his confidence like a very new fluffy pillow. And as for Smith-Neale, he's up against
21.
Brown. He's only picked up one win today,
108.
Can't count him out. I like this route for 108.
68.
I like it a lot. And some of his routes have been about as good as my broken sat-nav. But that one, that was A1. I like 108 on the 17s first. It's one of the routes that I like.
37.
Well, hopefully, unlike your dodgy sat
Moreno,
nav, it
you
will take him
require
to
40.
the correct destination.
Game
And that's
shot on
the
the
opening
first
leg.
leg. Moreno
You have
Blom.
arrived, Moreno Blom.
You have arrived at your destination. Well, he hasn't actually. He's just got
Second leg,
to the
it's
next
Andy to
junction.
throw first. Game on.
Just happens to be another 3 junctions he's got to find.
It's like finding a junction at the Magic Roundabout in Swindon. Could go in any direction.
Honestly, if you've never been to Milton Keynes in the UK,
44.
you haven't seen the amount of roundabouts that that place has.
Am I right in saying it's the city in the UK with the most roundabouts?
I do believe that's the
180.
Well, somebody's walking up Moreno Blom. Is he going to be the rust factor to the hammer?
Well, usually if you go 180, you obtain points you don't want. But in Moreno Blom's case, they're 180 points that he definitely
100.
wants.
He hasn't kept up his perfect record of doubling against Andy Hamilton. He's missed one in this match, so he's a measly 6 attempts and 5 hits. Get your act together, Moreno. Come on. In somewhat jest before anybody tweets me. Come on.
33.
He was perfect in that game yesterday. 4 from 4. You just wonder
60.
what's missing. He's at the bottom of the table on 2 points. At the stage where he was playing Andy yesterday, I was excited. I'd never seen him play before. I thought, there's something here. It's obviously gone wrong since. I look at his technique. There are a couple of things I would iron out about what he's doing with dart 3.
Moreno required 161.
But technically,
45.
He's only young. He's quite raw. Give him some time. And hopefully he will click the way that certain other young Dutch players have. I could talk about them until the cows come home.
There are creases to iron out, but Moreno Blom is showing us some promising signs in this game.
160.
This 116 may have to go. Treble, fantastic dart. Moves across for tops.
96.
And it nearly went, and it may have had to have gone.
And he requires
because Hamilton returns to 67 for the hold for a level game.
Now it's got to be 15. Safely done.
28.
Can't find the centre.
Moreno, you require 20.
Lefties on 10s? Surely.
10.
Can't find the target. What a freebie this is for Hamilton.
And it felt like he rushed that last dart as well. So Hamilton returns
And do you require
for
39?
An opportunity he probably thought wasn't going to come his way. 2 darts at double 10 he probably didn't expect. Double 5.
29.
But he's let the opportunity pass him by.
Moreno,
and
you
Moreno
require
Blom
10.
will return for the double 5 for the 2-0 lead. Double 4. Sorry,
6.
double 2. Looking the wrong way there.
And do you require 10?
You just sense that there's a little bit of tiredness creeping into the arms of these players. This is their 5th match of the day. You have to have an engine to be able to do this 5 times a day.
Game shot on the second leg.
Did I say
Andy
5?
Hamilton.
That was double 5. So things aren't too bad right now, but Hamilton will not be pleased with the way he's played. His average is a good 15
Third leg, it's
points
Moreno
less
to
than
throw
his opponent.
first.
But if we can
Game
just
on.
wipe what's happened in the first 2 legs, Andy will say, let's just win it from here.
Moreno will not want to wipe that
180.
one little bit. That's his 2nd max of the match. What a time for it. And I mentioned on commentary with Matthew Edgar last week about the 5-game format here at the Super Series as Hamilton look to follow up in kind. You'll have 1 really good game, 1 below par game. It's about the 3 games in the middle.
85.
The mean of those games being good.
That's a very fair assumption. When we started playing behind closed doors in 2020 from home, we were playing a lot of games a day. Some of them were best of 9, some of them were best of 7. But we'd play so many games and you'd say, yeah, it's just playing darts from home. It was hard. It was really hard. And we were playing 6 days a week for weeks and weeks and weeks.
100.
This is draining for these players. Just see what they're like come the end of the week. You've got to not only pace yourself during the day when you're playing, but you've got to rest well when you're done to make sure that you are fit and fresh for tomorrow morning. We know that Blom's not going to qualify through this group. The likelihood is he's going to be in Group C.
136.
Lee Shewan, Liam Meek and Scott Walters come Thursday morning.
41.
If Andy doesn't win this group,
Andy require
there's every likelihood he's going to be in
121.
Group B with Conan Whitehead, Johnny Haynes and Ryan Finesse.
You've got to adapt to two completely different body clocks. Hamilton will be hoping he's going to have to adapt his dart towards the bullseye.
96. Moreno, you
just
require
below, and
95.
so Moreno will come back for the 95. Tops is surely going to be the way he goes.
55. Andy, you require 25.
Not adverse to that route. But he obviously likes going two double tops, doesn't he? Double 8 for a vital break. Other side. Giving it full attention.
Game shot on the third
superbly
leg.
done.
Andy Hamilton.
Didn't rush it. Knew that this was the biggest start of the match. Gave it proper rhythm. That was experience personified and a great shot.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
All of the experience coming into play. Hamilton obtains the break. He's now looking to push clear of the young Dutchman.
99.
Spent a lot of time with Andy in my career. Not so much over the last few years because we've been in different circles.
45.
But I remember back in 2010, 2011. There were times where he would laugh better than anybody else. That's why in the early portion of his career, 59. He was called Henry VIII.
$100. $180.
Perfect, Max. Perfect time for Andy Hamilton.
85.
And Blom doesn't have a response. So Hamilton, 6 darts on 1-6-3 to open up a 3-1 lead.
$57. $28. And you require 106.
So 106 for Andy Hamilton here. He's going to get one
Game
at
shot
double
on the
16,
fourth
and he
leg.
needs the one
Andy
at
Hamilton.
double 16, and he opens up a 3-1 lead on Moreno Blom. And again, smack in the middle of the bed.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. 28. $96. $100. $81. $140.
So top 40 there for Moreno Blom. Just gives him a squeak.
58.
You get the feeling, Henry, that this game's been played on a pretty even keel.
56.
I know there was a gap in the averages earlier, but that's somewhat levelled out now. And Hamilton is winning the vital battles. It's almost as if he's just waiting for that one opportunity that he needs to get this match done and in the books. He's fully aware
180.
that 180 His second of the contest is giving him a chance of a 4-1 win,
137.
which would finish his
And do you
Tuesday
require 86?
in the table of 14 points and +9. He'd still be 7 legs behind Heneghan. He needs to win, and he needs to win now.
To end the day,
61.
the way he started it,
Moreno, you
emphatic
require
style.
40.
but Moreno Blom is going to get one more
Game shot on the
opportunity in this
fifth
game
leg.
at tops. And usually when
Moreno
he gets an
Blom.
opportunity at double, he ends up taking them. So he brings it back to 3-2. But the task of him now is to try and break the hammer in the 6th. If he doesn't, he's going to end the day without a
Sixth leg.
win.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Just to paint a little bit of a different picture when it comes to leg difference. Between Blom at the bottom and Heneghan at the top, there is a difference of 38 legs in 2 days. 2 days.
80.
We haven't even had the start of Wednesday yet. What could it possibly be this time tomorrow? Heneghan will not care as long as he's at the top.
58.
And he could have a couple of days off to get ready for Saturday night. I'm fascinated, you know. I look at who's coming up on Thursday and Friday. And there are some characters in there. There's some firepower. I love Conan Whitehead. I think he's great to watch.
100.
I want him here on Saturday night. It's not because I genuinely like him. It's because he's got fireworks in him.
59.
He's the kind of person that the crowd wants to watch.
There's a few of them in this group. Could be a really, really good final, potentially on Saturday.
Yeah, can you imagine Hamilton here as well? Giving it that roar that we've seen from his career.
And Kev, of course, loves the big stage and the big crowd.
Doesn't he just?
140.
And then I think there's one or two players that, when they come in later on this week, that Lee Shurn perhaps being a big example of on debut, where
58.
we know what they're capable of, but we don't know what we're going to get from them in this environment.
That's very true. I'll be really interested to see what Lee can do. He'll be chomping at the bit to get down here and give it a shot, that's for sure.
100.
Good turn. This is a great scoring leg from Andy. Down to 81. No real trouble.
174.
Where did that come
And do
from?
you require 81?
Like a bolt from the bloom. Can Hamilton finish it off with this 81? So I get looks from Paul Nicholson. Double 12. Well, the double 9 leaves the double 3. We've seen some
75.
intriguing doubling today.
Moreno,
And
you
it
require
continues there.
152.
Was there a case there for going for the single 2 to lead double 2 like Painter did earlier?
42.
Now, Moreno on 152
And do you
going
require
for 2
6?
triple 19s and double 19. I don't mind that at all. That was unconventional, but it had substance. This is 2 double 2. Can he bypass that to get the win?
Game,
You bet
shot,
he can.
And the match.
That's a really
Andy
important leg for Andy
Hamilton.
Hamilton. He's now on 14 points in the table, level with Conor Heneghan. He's well behind in the leg difference, but he is firmly in the mix. He's done his job today, 8 points from a possible 10. As for Conor Heneghan, it's up to him to see if he can get 10 from a possible 10. And he's playing Kevin Painter right after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Paul Nicholson has joined me for a chat. We've got a little bit longer between this game than we have had the ones previously. And Andy Hamilton, it was a sluggish start in that match, wasn't it, between him and Moreno Blom, but he managed to turn it around.
Yeah, he did. I think that was just experience. I think when you played a lot of matches, best of 11, throughout the course of your career, what you're going to find is that sometimes you just need to knuckle down. That's exactly what he did. Didn't get the best start. Obviously, his previous match didn't go his way. So he was just waiting for one moment to come, and he just ground him down.
Yeah, and he's a player who's made a big career out of doing that, hasn't he, Andy Hamilton? He's won 4-2. Great day for him, 4 out of 5. The only man to beat him, Conor Heneghan, and he's looking to win 5 out of 5. He takes on Kevin Painter in the penultimate match of today's action. And for Heneghan, he's right at the top of the table. Hamilton hot on his heels as well, on the same points. But you mentioned the leg difference, and that really could come into play, couldn't it?
It's almost as if Conor's already on 16 points, to be honest with you. Hamilton knows he's just left the building. He's very buoyant about what he's done today. Getting 8 points is a great effort. But you have to say that if Heneghan picks up another win, he's in the distance a little bit. And it makes the first 2 rounds of matches tomorrow really important. Because if he gets wins and the chasing pack don't, it could be done and dusted by around 12 o'clock tomorrow.
However, Kevin Painter never an easy opponent for anybody. The game between this pair showed that yesterday. 4-3 in the end to Heneghan. There was a 150 checkout in there as well. This could be a really good match, couldn't it?
It could be. I think they've both had some really bright moments today. I think one of the things that helps Kevin coming into this last match of the day is the fact that he played really well in his last game. So he's got his tail up. But that game yesterday was frustration for Kevin. His first 2 games he lost by 4 legs to 3, so he doesn't want to take this one the distance. He wants to get a good start, consolidate, and probably try and get this done a little bit quicker.
Well, let's get it on then. Will it be a clean sweep for Conor, or will Kevin Painter manage to beat him in the penultimate match of the session? Paul's going to head back downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. For Conor Heneghan, the task is very simple. If he can get victory here, he will end the day as outright leader of Group A. He will head into the metaphorical Darton clubhouse overnight as the leader. No green jackets at the end of Group A on a Wednesday, but 2 days off is just as nice a prize for the 23-year-old from Roundfords in Ireland, the former WDF Europe Cup Boys champion. Up against the artist, Kevin Painter, 55 years of age from rugby. The former Players' Championship Finals winner is the artist.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first.
On to 10 points after 10 games. That would be level with Adam Smith-Neale, who we'll see face Steve Brown in the final match of the day. And Steve Brown won that one. We'd have a really interesting battle potentially for 3rd place with Smith-Neale, Painter and Brown all being on the same number of points. For Heneghan, though, the objective is clear: to finish top 45. Overnight.
I'm just trying to remember, Henry, what I said earlier about the amount of points you need.
81.
To win this group? I said 20. I'm starting to rethink that. I think that maybe
140.
22 or 24 might be the number, because it is going to be a 2-horse race tomorrow between Conor and Andy. Let's say that Conor does win this match.
125.
He might not even win this match. But you would assume that either Conor or Andy might get 8 points tomorrow, based on
119.
Form. So time will tell, but I'm thinking maybe 22 is the number right now.
Which would mean you think Hamilton would have to win the lot
59.
Tomorrow. Get on to 24 and depose of Heneghan.
Unless Conor has a bad day and a bad game here, you think that Andy is already aware that tomorrow's going to be one of those days he needs to be faultless.
Because even if Heneghan wins this and he
44.
goes 3 and
Conor,
2 tomorrow, he's still on 22. The number here for him is 136. And you'll be wary of the fact that Kevin Painter has been a man for the ton plus outs. He had 3 of them yesterday, including the highest finish of yesterday of 158. Well, that was gazumped early with a 160.
Well, there's a word we don't use enough. Gazumped. It's not something you would use with Scottish players, because it's
Conor, you require
to gazump
78.
people in houses in Scotland. Did you know that? Well, it's a lovely dart from Conor. I don't know how the housing market works in Ireland.
Game shot on the first leg.
But he's just completed
Conor
that.
Heneghan.
Banked it. Done. 1 down. 3 to go. Leaving Painter with a head-scratching moment.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
I love that camera angle as well. From very close to where Chris Murphy stands. We look down on the stage and we get this
60.
point of view as to where they stand on the oche. You can see that Kevin is just slightly left of centre. He's right-eye dominant and he wants to throw it directly
55.
down the centre line of the treble 20 where his right eye is.
I was very fortunate to be sat up there yesterday, obviously in the presenter's role. And
81.
I think for anyone that wants to study a darts player at a professional tournament, there's an event where there's a balcony right at the very top. I would purchase tickets for there because you can watch every
57.
single microscopic thing that they do, and you can follow them so forensically. It may just, that one little thing may help you out. Balcony tickets for the darts, if you want to improve your game, might just be the thing to do.
100.
Yeah, people who sit in the expensive seats downstairs wouldn't agree. But I'm with you. I like to watch from a height. I think you get to see more of the stage and what the players
60.
are up to.
It's like watching a football match from up high. Okay, your view is higher up, but actually you can see more of the game, which is why
30.
in my other sport, I usually find myself about 100 foot high up in the air, usually surrounded by some scaffolding, which is just about keeping me intact.
140.
That's a forceful 140 there from Conor. And we're talking about 2 dart players right now who throw darts about as hard as anybody.
125.
Maybe only 2 come to mind who throw it harder than these 2. One is Simon Whitlock, and he does it somewhat effortlessly. But the other was a German guy called
140.
Eric Tautfest.
Kevin, you
I remember
require
watching him play on the European
105.
Tour once, and I thought, how hard is he throwing those darts? Quite incredible. Ooh, lovely. Now, he's not going to go 5 bull before you start asking me that one. Double top.
65.
Almost worked out really
Conor,
well.
you
And an
require
ironic smile
49.
from Kevin Painter as Heneghan eyes up 2-0.
Tops for it. Double 10.
29.
And you couldn't get any closer than that last
Kevin,
dive
you
had to
require
going in.
40.
So Kevin Painter will get another opportunity at tops. This is 2-hold throw and to level us up. Double 10, the target Heneghan's just
shot on the
missed,
second
but there's no
leg.
mistake
Kevin
from Kevin
Painter.
Painter. He levels us up at 1 apiece. 2 players whose last game of Tuesday is important for their respective battles at the top to mid-range
Third
of
leg,
the
it's Conor to
table,
throw
and there's no
first.
splitting them after 2 legs.
I remember getting a player's brief from
93.
late Tommy Cox, who used to be the tournament director of the PDC, and the player's brief used to say, no denim can be worn on the oche.
96.
Very strict rules. Used to be black trousers before Peter Wright came along. Black shoes, black trousers. Anything of colour had to be
60.
approved. If you look at the shoes of Kevin Painter, they look like they've got denim on them. I'm sure Tommy Cox would have had a problem with those. We live in a very different era, though.
140.
We're in the dress-down age.
At least I still am. I used to be seen as one of the mavericks of
96.
the darts catwalk. Now I'm positively boring.
I wonder what you would have made of Scott Williams' trousers at the weekend. My word, that
95.
was some sight, wasn't it?
Stretchy pants, all right. I hear they're the greatest things in the world. He is a bit
60.
different, Scott Williams. I love
Kevin,
him.
you
I think he's
require
great. It's good for the game.
170.
No,
Okay.
he's not everybody's cup of tea, but he's definitely mine.
Game was built upon characters, of which Kevin Painter's
105.
most definitely one of them.
You know, one of the biggest characters in all of darts in its history, Peter Manley, good friend of Kevin Painter's. In fact, Kevin's daughter,
60.
Madison, her
Kevin, you
godfather is Peter
require
Manley.
65.
Well,
The bull's covered, and he knows it. That's why he went for the treble. Now, usually, I wouldn't advocate for
39.
going for the treble on 62.
Conor, you
but
require
he had no choice there, really,
132.
because his dart was covering all of the bullseye. Uh-oh. Oh, what a lie that was in the ball.
92.
That was begging
Kevin, you
for another.
require 26.
And what an iron it would have been if the ball was blocked for Kevin and Conor would have got 2 for the double 16. 5 for double 4.
Game shot on the third leg.
Kevin Painter gets there in the end. By hook and by crook, Painter's in front, and it's a breaker throw as well, so he has an opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead. And wherever Andy Hamilton is right now,
Fourth leg,
he
it's
is
Kevin
pulling
to
up
throw
a chair
first.
as a
Game
very,
on.
very interested spectator in this match.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question, Henry. Who is Kevin Painter's biggest fan right now?
140.
His name is Andy. Because if Painter does Andy a favour, Painter will do himself a favour
55.
by getting to 10 points and put himself firmly in the race for the top 3.
I think everyone
85.
in that practice room, perhaps with the exception of Adam Smith-Neale and Steve Brown, will be a Kevin Painter fan at the minute. Steve Brown takes on Adam Smith-Neale in that last game. It could be a crucial game. That could be a crucial maximum for Conor Heneghan. Just keeps him in touch in the leg.
99.
Do you know how we said that Andy Hamilton went under the radar yesterday? I'm starting to think that Adam Smith-Neale has gone under the radar today because look at what he's doing all of a sudden.
180.
Not Adam, Conor. 180 heaven in 2022. I'll come back to
99.
the Adam Smith-Neale point in a
Conor,
second
you
because it's very
require
important.
86.
This is important for Conor because Painter's left himself on a finish. This is to get him back in the match and to most likely keep him in the match. Double 7.
Game shot on the fourth
Superb
leg.
finish.
Conor
Under all
Heneghan.
sorts of pressure for Conor Heneghan. And he gets the break back at the first juncture. It's 2 apiece. And we have a crucial few legs coming
Fifth
up
leg, it's Conor
at
to
both
throw
ends
first.
of the Group A table.
And just imagine if Heneghan can be stopped. He stays on 14 points.
125.
I'm starting to think, actually, that Adam Smith-Neale wants Painter to win this game. He won't mind Kevin getting to
37.
10 points because Adam's got a game in hand against Steve Brown next. But if he can stop Heneghan from getting to 16, and Adam Smith-Neale can win that game against Brown, he'll only be 2 points behind the top 2. That's the ideal scenario for Adam right now. So he's saying, come on, Kev.
125.
Because if you're in Adam Smith-Neale's situation, if you want to win the group, you have to fancy yourself to take care of the rest of the pack. So
Correct. Absolutely the case.
56.
He wants to be as close as possible to the top spot. He does not want Heneghan to get to 16. I've got some bad news for you, Adam. Heneghan looks more likely to get to 16. He's averaging 5 more than Painter. He's a good dart ahead right now, but he doesn't like that lie, and he doesn't want to move anywhere else.
he's pulling off in this game what I suppose the
65.
Aussies would call a switcheroo.
The old switcheroo. Oh, got a switch.
140.
Well,
Conor, you require 150.
That's a 50-50 call. He wanted to try and leave 59, which is a single to double combo. If he'd have gone downstairs, it would have been a 2-darter. Either way.
77.
Now, the 115's missed.
Kevin, you require
As we like to
99.
say here at the MODUS Super Series, come on, Kev, put a flake in it.
Tops. That was away.
39.
Kevin's gone,
Conor,
but
you
he went for it
required
again with the
38.
third dart. So 38
Aim
goes
shot on the
straight
fifth
for it.
leg.
Straight in.
Conor
It's been the
Heneghan.
2 darts right at the bottom of the board, which has given Conor Heneghan this 3-2 lead. That has secured the switcheroo against
Sixth
Kevin
leg,
Painter.
it's Kevin to throw
And from a
first.
position of authority in this game, Kevin Painter is throwing to stay in it.
59.
It's all getting a bit desperate now. And Heneghan is public enemy number 1.
100.
He's not a bad kid. He's just trying to win. But this is the complexity of group play. People are watching
61.
your results more than they would in, say, tournament play, because they don't concern themselves with the other side of the draw when it's knockout. When it's group play like this, you're always wondering what everybody else is doing.
135.
And even though Andy Hamilton has left the building, he'll be on his smartphone saying, what's the score? He won't like this score.
119.
It's funny how popular you become when you win.
I wouldn't know.
99.
Chipping away, and he's 2/3 of the way down in a 501 leg. Biggest finish so far today and of the week.
39.
160.
Connor, you require
By Adam Smith-Neale
167.
earlier. And that will remain the case.
95.
He is, though, going to get a go at 72. Made a real impression on the Kevin Painter throw. Has to go downstairs here.
79.
Instead,
Connor, you
decides to go
require
for treble 13.
72.
Gets the treble 13.
That wasn't the worst play in the world, actually. And this might not be the worst play either.
Game,
Top
shot,
for the match.
and
Top
the
for a
match.
perfect day.
Conor
And Conor
Heneghan.
Heneghan has put himself in the most perfect position to progress through Group A. 10 games played in the group, 16 points to his name. 10 out of 10 for the day today. It was perfect for Conor Heneghan, and this is how he did it. 2 maximums, the only 2 maximums of the match. 4 from 8 on the doubles, that equates to 50%, and an 86 high out as he deposes the Painter by 4 legs to 2. When we return after the break, it's going to be our final match of the day as Steve Brown takes on Adam Smith-Neale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Heneghan has had a perfect day, 5 out of 5 here on Tuesday. And I'm delighted to say I've got the man of the moment with me. That one against Kevin was a hard-fought win at the end there, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure. Look, Kevin's the player that he is. He always brings his game and everything. I was lucky to get over the line in the end. I think it was the forward leg. I went back-to-back 180s and an 86 out. That's what really got me over the line, I think. So, look, it's good.
We've got your stats up on the screen there, 91 average, 50% checkout success. Happy with that?
Yeah, thank God the checkouts got to 50, because the rest of the day I think it was at 30 and 20, and I was still averaging 90 something. So imagine they actually were good, actually hitting doubles. I'd be actually up there, but look, here, it's great to get 5 out of 5 today, so I'm happy.
And it's got a big impact on the league table as well. Maybe that match against Andy Hamilton earlier on was the key win for you.
Yeah, look, me and Andy, I know we're going in tied there, and I see it now. It was a big win for me. I suppose I have a good leg difference as well, so hopefully tomorrow I'll just win all 5 again, and that's it. Like, I'd be happy to get through to Saturday then, but look, it's another day, and everyone can beat everyone in there. It's just about turning up on the day, really.
Sounds simple, doesn't it? Just before we let you go, tell us what the MODUS Super Series and the Live League, as it was before, has done for your career, because you've become a real regular fixture, runner-up at the last Champions Week, runner-up at the Champion of Champions, and hopefully, you know, going to put yourself in the hat for the £20,000 at the Super Series.
Yeah, look, Jesus, it's made a big difference to my career anyway, because I only started out, I won a qualifier online when I was back online during the COVID, and got obviously over here, and I did well and started doing well, and I got invited back every time, and you know, it's an honor actually to be here. Like, some people don't get the invite, and that's a big thing, but thank God I'm doing all right, and I feel like I'm doing okay. It's just hopefully win one of them soon. That's the main goal now at the minute, so we'll see what happens.
Well, could not have done any better today. Conor Heneghan winning 5 out of 5, including his penultimate match against Kevin Painter. And all still to play for tomorrow with Andy Hamilton hot on his heels. The winner of this group, remember, goes straight through to finals night on Saturday. And you can be here as well. Tickets available from dartshop.tv. They are free, so head to that website to try and book them. One more match to come, though, here today. It is Steve Brown and Adam Smith Neale, and Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I think we both agree in the fact that Conor spoke really, really well in that interview. We were listening along intently and both nodding at every single answer he gave. Ticked all the boxes when playing, ticked all the boxes in that interview there.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from one of the players who's had a really good day. I think there's been a few posts on social media over the last 18 months about what this project has done for people's careers, but you have to say Conor Heneghan's it's got to be one of the finds of the last 18 months. Winning a qualifier online just to get into the fold.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
As far as these two are concerned, we now know that Steve Brown needs a win to get within 6 points of the top spot. Adam Smith Neale, his opponent, needs a win to get within 4.
60.
Crucial game, but I don't want to pass this opportunity by without saying what a good job Chris Murphy's done holding the fort, presenting today. He's done a fantastic job.
120.
Almost perfect job like that, but that's just come out the other side.
Wow. Rejected.
You're not coming in, mate.
If your name's not down, you're not coming in. That was cruel. Yeah, Murph's a great professional, good friend of mine. Worked with him for many years.
45.
He's done a great job, a lot of different facets of the game as a commentator, as a presenter. He's also worked very closely with a lot of the top pros in a press capacity. And he's a permanent fixture here at the Super Series. Great to have him here.
44.
The only thing he can't do put it down on a postcard. I'll be intrigued to find out.
Well, he's not the best at playing. Even though he did win his family title recently.
81.
First in 10 attempts. He'd been in 9 finals and he'd won the family open in the summer. So well done, Murph. You've won more than I have this year.
84.
Is that going to be on his name strap tomorrow?
Probably. Murphy family open winner. But these two players
99.
would dearly love to nick that top spot away from either Hamilton or Heneghan tomorrow. In order to do so, a win here.
121. Adam, you require 120.
It is going to be Smith Neale first to the finish in this opening leg. This is for a break of throw. He moves across to secure the treble 20.
Game
to
shot
secure
the
the
first
top,
leg.
to secure
Adam
the opening leg in
Smith-Neale.
15. And you may remember in the first visit of the leg, he had a bounce out in the treble 20, which cost him a maximum. When he's responded in
Second
style,
leg, it's
that
Adam
time
to
he
throw
wanted the
first.
120. He wanted that opening leg, the break of throw, and he's a quarter of the way there to keeping himself
60.
an interested party at the top of the group.
But just not letting it get to him. It was a frustrating thing to happen to him. But you can't do anything about it. You brush it off and you move on. Did a great
81.
job there. 15 darts. It's all in the books now. We have to look forward to tomorrow. Not too much. We are paying attention to this game.
96.
But the key games that will happen in the first 2 rounds tomorrow. Conor Heneghan will start the campaign tomorrow against Kevin Painter.
135.
So he could extend the gap at the top before anybody else plays. That's a key thing.
180.
Smith Neale, who's just hit himself a maximum, will take on Andy Hamilton in game 2. Steve Brown takes on Moreno Blom in game 3. And then Heneghan will take on Smith Neale in match 4. Hamilton will have Blom. So round 1 tomorrow from 9:30 is so inviting.
57.
Just to confirm, they are randomly allocated, but they've been set up so nicely.
Oh, they've been on my screen for the last 48 hours. They haven't been set up that way. It's just a case of they've fallen that way. So sometimes you find on a Wednesday
96.
that you have to wait until the
Adam,
very
you
end of the
require
session to get the
108.
matches you want. Not tomorrow.
Going to be good from the get-go. Smith Neale's been good from the get-go. Has to readjust after dropping his die. Gets one at double 16. Only needs one at double 16. 2 legs one with 2 ton plus checkouts. 2 from 2 on the doubles. An average touching the ton. 2:15 dart legs. This has been really good so far from Adam Smith Neale. He opens up a 2-0 lead and there's not much Steve Brown can do in response.
85.
There's not a great deal of dart players with double-barrel surnames, is there?
No.
Alan Warrener Little comes to mind. But he was always called Alan Warrener before
60.
he married his wife Brenda.
Cogs around my mind are trying to
45.
whirl and find something. Admittedly, there's not many cogs in there, but what about a player that we saw a couple of weeks ago? And I was on commentary for Andreas Toft
135.
Jorgensen from Denmark.
Yeah, he's a good player. I like that. That's thinking outside the box, that one, because a lot of people would have just gone
100.
straight to the English and British players. But Toft Jorgensen's a good one. Now,
58.
will Steve Brown go 19s first on 271? Because a lot of people would these days. And I'll tell you why.
85.
Because 19, treble 20, and a 25 is 104, which leaves 167. You're trying to make sure that the very last dart that you have in
58.
hand can leave you a finish. And on 271, most players will go downstairs. If you get the 171 downstairs,
130.
you leave a 2-darter. It makes much more sense. These are the kind of finishes that are starting to be created by the elite players like the Vandenbergs, the Van Gerwens.
59. Steve, you
Damon
required
Hetters.
56.
But this is tops.
36.
Doesn't find double 10 on this occasion.
Adam, you
And
require
Smith Neale's got an outside chance
131.
of a 3-0 lead.
And if it gets it at this juncture, it would have all been with ton plus finishes. But Steve Brown is
91.
going to get that
Steve, you
opportunity
required 20.
to bring it back to
Game shot on
2-1.
the
He
third
does
leg.
take
Steve
advantage of the
Brown.
opportunity. But this is the crucial leg now for the man from Bristol. It's Smith Neale with the darts leading 2-1. He can
Fourth leg,
open
it's
up a
Adam to
2-leg
throw
gap.
first.
And crucially, if Adam Smith Neale is going to get through the group, you sense he's going to have to, as much as possible,
100.
eat up that advantage Heneghan has in the legs difference department.
Yeah, you're not kidding. There's 15 between them right now before this
120.
is registered as a result. As for Brown's motivation, he's thinking about being above his housemate for the week. He could go back to the house, saying to Kevin, oh, well, you're in 5th, I'm in 4th. Good luck with that, Steve.
85.
Interesting dinner tonight.
Yeah, could taste a bit sour. Or particularly sweet if Steve wins this match.
60.
There you see the checkout from this match. Smith Neale, as Henry mentioned, 2 legs taken with ton plus checkouts, hence
66.
no misses.
Adam, you require 161.
Could do with no misses on the 161, but He's going to try and leave it handy here. Brown all the way back on 230, and he will do. Double 16 after 12. This is a really good performance from Adam Smith Neale, averaging 96.6. And he's yet to miss a double in this match. He has now.
Game shot on the
but it's only the one. And that's good enough to give him the leg and a 3-1 lead.
Not for long. Does he miss? You mentioned Chris Murphy's ability to do different things within the sport of darts. He's given us another double-barreled surname, Denny Alderkalter. That's a really good one. I wouldn't have got that one.
60.
So, hat tipped, Murph. Hat tipped.
$140.
Time 40 to start for Smith Neale. Brown has to hit back here in this visit and does.
They make them tough in Bristol, don't they?
55.
Chance. Now, Smith Neale will start 19s, at least he should, on 306.
85.
His opponent is a good 90 in front. So you're trying to get a 139 here. Or a 136.
58.
Have to understand what number you need to get to the finish and how you get there. With the last dart in hand, still 100. Being able to get you there. It's just part of the elite game now.
$140. Steve, you require 116.
Save the match. Match not saved.
58. Adam, you require 108.
He's already taken this shot in this match. Call it in, Henry.
To put himself in contention tomorrow. The 108 won't go this time. But he's going to leave himself in double 4 if the 58 doesn't go for Steve Brown. One dart. A double 10. You can sense the importance of this moment. He steps back, recomposes, and pins the double.
Brown.
But this is the leg for Adam Smith Neale. He has the darts to close out a 4-2 victory, to close out our day, our Tuesday here in week 8 at the MODUS Super Series.
83.
He's had that look all day, Steve Brown. That look of focus. He's only won one match. He's been put to the sword by many.
37.
His only win coming in against the person who didn't get any wins at all today. And he had to work really hard for that win as well. That was 4 legs to 3. But we are discounting Steve Brown from getting to the top of the table because of the fact that his leg difference is 25 worse than the top spot. That's pretty much the equivalent of 3 wins.
43.
So Adam Smith Neale looks set on his way
65.
to securing victory in the final game of the day. Steve Brown's going to have to reset tomorrow. The objective for him will be to get into the top 3. For Adam Smith Neale, he's still harboring hopes of top spot. Double 18. Goes just inside, but he is going to return for the double 9. All Steve Brown can do here is apply pressure.
121.
But this is the moment for Adam Smith Neale to secure victory and to put himself in with a chance of qualification from Group A at the end of play tomorrow. He's 4 points behind Conor Heneghan in the group. He's going to have to rely on a couple of snookers, but he is giving himself a chance. That's the important thing. Let's have a look then at the match stats from that 4-2 victory for Big Dog with an average of 94.4, 2 maximums to his name, 4 from 7 on the checkouts. That equates to 57.14%. And the first 2 legs were won with ton plus checkouts. It was a good day for Adam Smith-Neale, but no one has had a better day than Conor Heneghan on day 2 here at the Super Series. He was 5 from 5, 5-star from Conor Heneghan. He picked up all 10 points available, and it is he who has a 2-point lead on Andy Hamilton going into the final day's action tomorrow, which you'll see from 9:30 a.m. We're going to head up then to the studio and get some final thoughts and reflections from Paul Nicholson, who's alongside first Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, it was a good day for Adam Smith-Neale, Paul, but as Henry said, an even better day for Conor Heneghan. 5 out of 5, but Andy Hamilton not far behind him.
It's going to be a really interesting Wednesday, I think. Adam's got himself a really vital win at the end there, but you do sense that his games against Heneghan and Hamilton will tell the story tomorrow. If they pick up the wins against him, he's going to be looking for the top 3 spot. But he's the kind of player that is going to think about tonight, and when he comes back tomorrow, he will fancy his chances. He's never short of confidence, but he will eye those 2 matches and say, right, if I get those 2, I'll fancy my chances of getting all 5 tomorrow, and he still thinks he can make it.
Absolutely. A grandstand finish set up then in Group A, and the table looks like this going into the final day of action. So as Paul was saying, Heneghan is the front runner, but it's not a certainty that he's going to book his place at finals night. Hamilton just 2 points behind. Adam Smith-Neale 2 points behind him. Paul, for Kevin Painter and Steve Brown, it's looking like trying to maybe squeeze into Group B, but for Moreno Blom, not even that.
Not at all. I think Moreno is just going to need tomorrow for experience, just to try and get some confidence. He hasn't won a game today. In fact, he has lost, was it 9 games in a row now? So just trying to get some wins. Maybe more than one tomorrow would be a good day for him. But you just sense that Smith-Neale just will not relent. And he's going to need to win all 5 tomorrow to get to 22 points. And even if he does that, he needs help from the others to take Heneghan out. If Heneghan only loses to Adam Smith-Neale tomorrow, the likelihood is he's going to be safe anyway.
Well, it can be done, of course. We've seen Conor Heneghan do that here today. 5 out of 5 from him as he takes a step, if not a leap, towards qualifying for finals night on Saturday. He's looking to book his place there, and you could be there as well. Tickets are available for free. Can you believe that? From dartshop.tv. You could be here in the live lounge watching the players in action on Saturday night, battling it out for a place at the first ever Champions Week and the first ever £20,000 first prize. Paul, I'll get a prediction now. Who is going to book their place?
I can't look past Conor Heneghan. I know it's really easy for me to say that, but he just looks so assured. When he was talking to you in this very spot, he looked really comfortable. And the experience he's gained over the last year and a bit, coming here as a qualifier and ultimately being really close to winning a Champions Week and winning a Champion of Champions, I just get the feeling that he's boiling up to something. I'm going to stick with Conor, but I think Hamilton will get the top 3 spot alongside Adam Smith-Neale. I don't think that top 3 is going to change.
Well, Hamilton second in the race. That's a familiar story, isn't it, over the last couple of years? Conor Heneghan has taken the lead in the race that will end tomorrow. The winner of Group A will make it through to finals night on Saturday. We will be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. for the conclusion of what is looking like a very gripping group live on Sporty Stuff TV. We'll see you again for more action from the MODUS Super Series.